Hey guys, and welcome to SpaceUp Cologne and the European Astronaut Centre. Yeah, you can. All right, so we are your 4 organisers, Jan, Alex, Sebastian, and myself, Andrea. We have an awesome program lined up for you guys, as you've seen, although pretty much you make the program and you are the awesome program. So if you have any questions about SpaceUp, please come and see the 4 of us. We're quite recognizable in our t-shirts for the whole weekend. And if you have questions about the European Astronaut Centre itself, we have about 14 staff members from EAC here. You'll recognize them because they have badges that look something like this. If you guys can stand up and just give a wave, the EAC staff. Yeah. So any questions about the centre, you can ask them. The exits, if we have a fire or an emergency, go straight out the main foyer exit. Your muster point is in the car park. If that is not accessible for any reason, you have emergency exits directly behind us on both sides and at the far ends of the corridor in the coffee area and near the lecture hall. You'll never be far from any exit, just follow the green signs. The toilets are located just behind the face of Samantha. If you go through that door, there's a male and a female toilet right there. And there's also male and female toilets in the coffee area, but they're on different levels. The guys' one is upstairs and the girls' one is downstairs. You'll see them both. If you are presenting in the main foyer here for your presentation, you do need to sign a media form because we will be streaming it the whole time, and ESA would like to share your presentation afterwards with a wider audience too. So if you can, you need to sign that media form. We have copies at the registration desk if you forgot to bring it with you. It was the one that we emailed to you. Make sure you sign that before you come onto this stage and give it to one of us. The T-5 talks will be the next presentation straight after our guest astronaut this morning. If you have not, and there are a few people that have not yet given us your T-5 presentation, you need to go and see the tech guys behind the main desk or see Alex and give your presentation more or less now. And finally, the restaurant for tonight. This is like a morning DPC for the space station. It's lots of info, more info maybe. For the restaurants for tonight, if you are coming to dinner, you should have requested your choices already. If you did not, please see Sebastian about that tonight, and he can assist you with that. In the first coffee break, yeah, because we do actually need to pre-order everything already, and we've pre-ordered for the ones that are already registered, and if you want to add to that, please see them in the first coffee break. We will have a special poster as a surprise thank you to the Astronaut Centre, a really large SpaceUp one to sign. Please, we'll put it out here under the astronauts later during the day, so sometime during the day, grab a pen and sign your name onto that. And that's all from us. I will hand over to our first guest speaker. Give him a huge round of applause. He's actually more or less single-handedly responsible for making this happen today. So thank you very much to our German astronaut Reinhold.
Thanks, Andrea. Thanks to the whole org team for putting this together, and thanks to you all coming on that rather dull Cologne morning. Well, there was better times, and I hope that the weather will come up to your mood and your interest during the weekend. Yeah, SpaceUp. I think I choose something that would interest you all, which has to do with the profession of astronauts, but astronauts rely on a large team on the ground, so this is only the visible part of the work that has been done by lots of people, and astronauts try to do their best in order to perform in space according to the expectations of all these people. So gravity, no thanks, my working place flies in space, and in 45 minutes I hope I succeed in getting some of the ideas through. So, first obstacle is the launch of the presentation. Okay, now it comes. Yep, fine. So, short history of spaceflight, and then we jump right into today. So, first satellite ever, well, you're acquainted with that, is only couple of 60 or so years ago, and very fast on, immediately, at least in Russia and in America, the idea was there to send humans. I mean, this is not an obvious thought. You can exploit the unmanned or uncrewed or unhuman spaceflight sector and do lots of things, but there was always the wish to send humans as well, as explorers, as people who can put a situation together and get out of a non-planned event. So 1961, we are looking back on that. We have been to the moon. We is my generation, at least, and I was fascinated by that, I can tell you. As a little boy sitting up late in the night, sees these wishy-washy black and white things, and well, the cinema is always in your head. It's not that you saw all the details. And this is today. It's not only 2014, but it's still flying. I can assure you, space station. Europeans have always played a part in a very important part in going out, exploring the world, setting sails to new continents, to new oceans. And that is also what the European Astronaut Corps at least wants to participate in and wants to drive forward. So let's see how we fare. In the 1960s, there was not much in terms of future-oriented literature or future-oriented whatever sci-fi things in Germany. So, but the one thing we had the very first and best ever science fiction series, which was called Raumpatrouille Orion. And the main thing about it that I want to point out, it was international. I mean, the crew was completely international. There was an American commander. No, I can't point that out. On the screens, there was an American commander chasing after a Russian, very attractive Russian security officer, Tamara Yagelovsk. There was a Mongolian guy, Artan Shubashi, who was on the engines of the spaceship, and a French girl was looking for any objects nearing. So this was a really international thing. Despite some funny clothing and hairdo, I think that was pointing to a good future of spaceflight. Well, we have seen that one at some time during your studies, during your takes with spaceflight. It's Stanley Kubrick, and if you see this, you immediately hear music playing in your ear, the Blue Danube, the spaceship approaching the huge space station. It's all in, it's artificial gravity by rotating the space station, it's fancy spacesuits, it's well-lit corridors, it's an after-work lounge where you can sit down and sip a drink in an international environment and ask what's happening on the moon, and no one gives you an answer because this is top secret and all this. So we have elements of actually everything that we see today, and we will see later how that came along in reality. I took a detour, let's say, before joining spaceflight. I became a radio astronomer with a love to high places. As you can see, this is the Gornergrat Observatory, high up, 10,000 feet in the Swiss mountains. And I spent a lot of time there when the tourists were gone. It was marvelous. We opened the telescope dome. We had a clear view of the galactic center with our radio telescope. And quite opposite was the Matterhorn. So something, well, you would say, if this goes on like this, it's a funny life. Well, it went on. I had the opportunity to work with the Sofia Airborne Observatory, even fly on the predecessor of this telescope in the stratosphere with the Kuiper Airborne aircraft. And so, what was next? Well, next is space. I wanted to go to space, and when I had the opportunity to apply for a job in the German astronaut team back in '86, I didn't hesitate, despite the fact that this was the year that Challenger exploded. And I was not aware where I would be going, whether it would be rather the American column of spaceflight, or we were not much aware of the Russian column that only came in the 90s. At least it was a fascinating selection process, and I ended up as a finalist and later in the astronaut corps. And that brought me to the Mir space station. not many of us at that time knew a lot about the Mir space station. Only in 1990, Russia opened up for truly also Western international cooperation. Before that, a couple of people had been on board of Mir station as guests in the Intercosmos program. But now we had the chance to see what marvel in the sky was taking shape there. I mean, the first element launched in 1986 as the base block, and then all the elements were added Lego-like, I would say, by putting a spacecraft into space, providing it with a docking node, and sticking it to the already existing complex. And by, the Mir space station came to a size of 150 tons of mass, 6 modules joined together. It was fairly capable of supporting science, supporting research. It was meant also to do the oceanographic and terrestrial observation of Russian territory. So it had all the elements that you would expect of a space station. It was still Russian heritage, and it heavily depended on the Russian situation. That is what brought us up there, because they were strapped of cash at that time, and they were selling time on board of the space station to these purposes. And that is the composition of the crew I flew in. I flew up with 2 Russian on a Soyuz in 10th of February 1997. And we joined another team up there who had already spent some time on board of the Mir space station, Valery Korzun, Sasha Kaleri, and Jerry Linenger. So NASA was also taking the opportunity to get a first-hand experience on how to run a space station and what it meant to be longer in space than just the period that the shuttle could spend in space. 10 days, 14 days, that was the usual shuttle flight at that times. And Jerry spent a couple of months, like about 8 or 9 of his colleagues who had seen some action in space. Okay, it was a flight dedicated for science, but you never know, things happen in space, and the Mir space station was at that time already beyond its best guaranteed life. So some things happened, like our fire that we had on board on a Sunday night. We had to lit another oxygen candle. Mir was meant for 3 persons in a sustainable way of doing life support, but we were 6, so we had to have additional oxygen, and one of the candles burst into flames. We had smoke, we had everything that you didn't want to have on such a close environment, like molted metal particles floating to the outer wall of the space station. Finally we got hold of this situation with the board means that we use fire extinguishers. You see us wearing gas masks for 2.5 hours in the middle of the night. Forget about communication. Mir space station only had a chance to communicate once it was over Russian territory, or Soviet or Russian territory, how you would call it. That was 6 out of the 16 daily orbits, and we were just on the other side of the orbit, so we could not communicate what was happening until the early morning, when the situation had already cleared up enough so that we could go on. That was not my fault, if you want to ask. I mean, this was the same year, 1997, and one of the Progress spacecrafts got out of control, bumped into the most modern and most capable module of the Mir space station, the Spectrum module. It went into depressurization. It was just by the really courageous action of the crew that they could shut off this module from the rest of the station, and finally in the repairs they could in the end recover at least the electricity, but not the function of the module. It remained without air until the end of the life of Mir station. Well, that kind of broke a backbone. Talking of bones, you know this cut. This marvelous cut in the Stanley Kubrick 2001, where this ape is throwing up the first tool humans ever invented, which is a bone, and it's thrown up into space and it turns into a spaceship. So Mir space station turned into something else, which is with the help of the shuttle and the Soyuz, the the International Space Station. I mean, there's a clear heritage for leading from Mir Space Station into the ISS. These were the means with which we accomplished the International Space Station, and that another sign of international cooperation was to the rescue of International Space Station and its program at all times, that we could rely on different vehicles, different also technical cultures and different means to get into space. Don't underestimate what Space Shuttle did for Space Station. I mean, in the end, there was a lot of discussion of going on with Space Shuttle, but it had fulfilled its main task, which was to finish Space Station building. And the Soyuz, as dumb as it looks like in the moment, compared to flashy new designs and flashy new techniques. I mean, it's meant to do exactly that. It's meant to bring up 3 people in a safe manner to an object that is already in space, dock and rendezvous with this object, and bring them safely down in case something goes wrong or at the end of the mission. And that is why it never changed. I mean, as long as it's doing this task, who cares about crew comfort, who cares about sitting in a lounge chair and having a drink? I mean, it's space, and it's not very friendly to you, and you better have something sturdy, something reliable around you. That's the way you need to see Soyuz. The core of the space station, for those of you that probably have not followed it so intensely shortly, a report was an American module, the one to the right up there, which was called Node 1 or Unity, and another American module, no, a Russian-built module that was then in the end sped up by payments from the US, and some of the storage space and some of the functions of this module still belong to NASA and can be used by NASA, which was the FGB, the functional cargo block that the Russians provided. And here you see the difference between how the Russians built a space station and how the rest of the Western world wanted to go along. I mean, the FGB on the left-hand side is a space vehicle. It has avionics, it has an energy providing system, it has engines, it has so it's a self-standing space vehicle, whereas the node and all the labs and stuff won't survive a day in space without the help of some powering agent like the shuttle or the robot arm or whatever. So whenever you moved one of these vehicles in the direction of space station, there was a thermal clock ticking, and you had to do it within a couple of hours. Otherwise, you would have lost part of the functionality of these highly sophisticated models. It's a different philosophy. It fit well together, and that's how it looked in the end. So, but keep in mind, it's different. It's a different approach. Space station grew and grew, and also European astronauts could help to do couple of these daring rebuildings of the space station. Christoph Fuglesang helped to carry one of the large solar array units from one side to the other, thereby still also repairing a broken solar panel. So interesting things happened, but it all depended on a flow of vehicles up to the space station. In 2003, with the Columbia accident, we lost one of the main important vehicles, the space shuttle. It was down for repairs. It was a time where we could not fly to space station in the regular and foreseen fashion. We went down from 3 to 2 crew members on board of space station just to be able to cope with logistics in a reduced way. And only in 2006, when Thomas Reiter launched, our German ESA colleague, launched to the space station, the crew replenished from 2 to 3, and ever after then it became even 6 people in the long run. We in Germany, in Europe, were interested to provide continue with our way of doing science in space, so consequently we provided a laboratory to the International Space Station, the Columbus Laboratory. It rested for a long time in the Kennedy hangar. If you have been a guest at the Kennedy Space Center, you could see the Bremen sign and the ESA sign and everything in the in the integration hall. And here you see Leopold Eliart from France, ESA astronaut, and Hans Schlegel preparing for the delivery flight of Columbus, which was just fully dubbed 1E, first European flight. And it happened in 2008, a little bit late, but not too late, to find the space station in good shape in order to accommodate the Columbus module. That is the moment where Leo told us, I hear metal scratching, Columbus is joining the International Space Station. So it's at the starboard port, where you see it there, of the Unity, of the Node 2 module, Harmony, and it ever after rested there. Also, Columbus is not able to sustain itself without the help of the space station, so it's not a spaceship in the very narrow sense of it. It's an addition to the International Space Station, heavily depending in life support, in power, and everything from what is done on the International Space Station. But Space Station has grown. You see this amazing truss with lots of elements providing cooling, providing solar power, providing communication. So that is really impressive. 80 by 110 meters, a football field, and I mean a European football field, with that above you, and you can see it once the fog clears. You can see it as a bright dot crossing the sky from west to east. So that is an amazing achievement. Science fiction has come through. We have the space station, though, without music, I have to say, and we can fly to it with different vehicles. We can live long stretches of time on the space station, and the working place in space has really become reality. I'm still living to see that. That is a very nice thing. What we see is also that we need the human interaction with this huge complex in order to solve very special questions, in order to overview and overlook the complex activities that are in there. It's the only space vehicle that answers, by the way. I always discuss, when I discuss with space controllers who do unmanned or satellites, and they say, yeah, I dumped my commands, and the satellite dumps its data, and here it answers. And most of you here in the ESC staff who sit on console, you can say, you can tell a story about how complicated sometimes it is if the spacecraft complains or has extra wishes instead of just taking commands. Hans Schlegel had the opportunity to go out on EVA during this 1E mission. I'm pretty sure they I tried to get my DNA up on Columbus. I honestly tried. Last time I had the chance to see it in the clean room. I took off my glove, now I can admit, and made a fingerprint on the outer shell, but those guys washed it down, I'm pretty sure, before launching it. So I didn't ask Hans whether he see my fingerprint. But this is an amazing job. I mean, taking the last finishing modes of Columbus, and this is how if you happen to be in the way of space station, it is flying with 28,000 kilometers per hour towards you, Columbus and the Japanese module to the right, and you see the flight of space vehicles attached, Progress, Soyuz, everything that you need in order to do make space station running. And this is the most busy picture that we will ever have of a space station. The space shuttle docked at one end, so Paolo Nespoli, our Italian colleague, had the privilege to detach with the Soyuz from the space station and do this series of videographing and photographing of the International Space Station with the space shuttle attached. And on the other end, you see the ATV, the European Transport Vehicle. Part of it is displayed here and at other places in this control center. This was another addition of Europe to the International Space Station. It was partly because we had to pay our dues for running the space station, and we didn't want to send money to the Lehman Bank, who later on got bankrupt. So what do? We barter, which means that we have European industry delivering things that are of interest for the whole space station community, and compensate by these deliveries, compensate for the common operation cost, but the money goes into European industry instead of to some bank account. And this is the idea of the ATV. It did a marvelous job. And it's still the people that make up the work on board of the International Space Station. As you can see, this crowd of people after finishing with the Columbus work really made a, what do you call that? Flash mob inside the space station, and you also see that nothing is like in training. If you come to visit our space station, our Columbus module in there, you will see neatly packed, and all the trainers have looked that there are no cables to trip over, or some things left that don't belong to the training unit that you want to perform in this morning, and it's all very lively inside there. So this is one of the less crowded pictures, but I can tell you the current status of space station, only the real crew knows who is up on space. And so we will shortly see the launch of another crew, and it will take them a week or so to get acquainted alone for the differences between what they have seen in the training unit and what they automatically will later on do on board of the International Space Station. A new space station, new astronaut, that's only a consequence, I think, and it's no wonder that, or it's no marvel that the European Astronaut Corps, the average age of the European Astronaut Corps every year is increased by 1 year. So we have to do something, and we selected 6 new astronauts from different European countries back in 2009. Probably a couple of you were part of the process to apply. And these 6 were the lucky ones, and 3 of them already have the privilege to be in orbit or to have flown in orbit, and 3 others will come. So I take it from left to right. Samantha is up there still for a couple of months now. She will come back in May, is doing good work, and her interest in nutrition and other subjects is also followed on the ground. Luca down there, he made one of the scariest EVA that the history of spaceflight has seen. His helmet started to fill with water, and until now it's not clear, not really clear, I mean, how to prevent this from happening again, but he reacted very, very professionally, very coolly, telling the story, and at the slightest suspicion of that something is going wrong, he took the right way back into the airlock, and so he was in a safe mode. Up above him is Thomas Pesquet. He will fly in 2017, French astronaut in the European Astronaut Corps, and he will see also a 6 months mission. And down again, it's Andreas Morgensen. He's bound for a flight, a very attractive flight, because he has a British singer beside him to the space station. It's not only the long-term mission that make the difference, it's also doing science, for example, in 10 days, 14 days, like in my flight. My flight was 3 weeks, and bring it down. That is very interesting, and Andreas has the chance to do that in September. Alexander Gerst above him, he had been flying in May till November 2014. I will tell a little bit more about his flight soon. And then Tim Peake from Great Britain, who is coming up, I think, in the end of this year, in order to stay 6 months on board the space station. So it's not only 6 capable people, but it's also challenging flights that we can provide them with. And after 2017, we have to see how things goes. Well, the main contribution, as I said, is the Columbus module, cutaway view here. But also with the partnership, you have to provide an end-to-end capability to run whatever you send up into space. And this is a really distinction. It's not delivering and forgetting, it's operations. Operations is a longer lasting part than development and delivery of a module. and I've been in this control center working to build it up and educate the teams for 6 years until 2011. That was my working place, the Columbus Control Center. And as we speak, there are people sitting in the control room of the Columbus Control Center, interfacing with Houston, interfacing with Japan, interfacing with Russia in order to run space station in a coordinated and consolidated fashion. So this is a really attractive job. We have a couple of hundred operators going through the training and leaving after some time and taking up very interesting job. But contrary to most of their fellow kins in university, they had a real responsibility. It might be in the night shift that something happens where you have to make the €1 million decision whether to switch on something or not switch it off or whatever. And this can be on your shoulders, and with a glance over to the experienced flight director, you would make sure that yes, your judgment, your reasoning is well taken. So I see a lot of very interesting supporting functions, especially in these control centers or in the training field or whatever, that makes spaceflight challenging, not only for the astronaut, but also for those that prepare the flight and go on. This is the way they operate on board. Probably a couple of you are familiar with this onboard plan. It's called OSTPV, Onboard Short-Term Plan, and this is the view of it. So on the left-hand column, you see all the crew members. I took the most crowded situation that I couldn't get, with 2 Soyuz up and the spaceflight participants plus a crew in orbit. And for everyone, and Andrea just talked about the DPC. The day starts with the DPC, Daily Planning Conference. That is a must for all, except for the spaceflight participants who can sleep through. And then we go into every day's work in a almost 10-minute, 5-minute roster of following activities. And if you click on all these bars, you will have the procedure ready to follow. And this is the main instrument with which the control center assure that they are on a synergetic and harmonious path, and the crew on board. And in the evening, they will report back what has been done, what still remains to be done. So these things are all captured on the OSTPV, and most of the energy to prepare the day goes into getting up a conflict-free OSTPV. Alex Gerst, the ESA astronaut of German nationality, flew a mission he called Blue Dot. You see the hands taking care of Earth. You see space station and all the symbolics, Mars, and indicated by a red star and other future targets. So he was really inspired by something that Carl Sagan had coined. The word, the pale blue dot, comes from this photograph of Voyager looking back into the solar system, on the brink of the solar system, 1990. Voyager had, besides cosmic dust and everything, had a little point you see between the bars, a little bluish haze, and this is the Earth. This is the Earth seen from this perspective. I mean, it's kind of second Copernican evolution that we are just a pale blue dot, even from the perspective of the outskirts of our solar system. Even less so from another star or from interplanetary space. And everything that I say, everything that you do, everything that your parents and your grandchildren will do happens on this pale blue dot. And he was quite impressed on this and chose it as the name of his mission. Yeah, and truly so, because 70% of the Earth is looking like this. It's the blue haze of the atmosphere, up to 80 kilometers. It's the clouds, it's the oceans. Whenever I happen to look out of the window, I would see either the night side of the Earth, where it's hard to distinguish what's below, or an ocean. And you had to really target the moments you were crossing some land, which was also fascinating, I can tell you. And Alex illustrated the pale blue dot by this. He became fairly acquainted, quickly acquainted with the space station, in good shape, and did a marvelous mission, fulfilling a lot of tasks on board of the space station, together with his crew. And you see them in the moment. Alex has to leave, actually, and I was in Russia this week, and I met Zerova and the others, and even they have by now also left, so the whole crew is safely back on Earth, and they were in very good shape. And I can say that the flow of crews to the International Space Station, the way they are prepared by this center, by other centers, the way they keep shape in space has very much improved over the times that I lived through, or even the early times of space station. If you've seen Alex arriving here at the Cologne airport only 12 hours after he landed in the steppes of Kazakhstan, waving, smiling, upright, moving his head, which I would have avoided at that time after my landing. I mean, you can see that we make huge progress to adapt also the human body to living and working in space. Even took the time to do this famous selfie. I mean, there are a lot of famous selfies, but this is quite unique, overlooking the Earth and photographing himself during his EVA, which gives me the chance to make you aware that I came in from Moscow having celebrated 50 years of EVA with Leonov 1965, 18th of March 1965, doing the very first EVA, 12 minutes. He had a hard time to come back into his spaceship, and it took him longer to report on all these events that I have been through about this than actually it happened. But he made it back into the airlock, and with some problems. And he was followed by Ed White shortly after, but his is the first in space of having walked in space. You see the Chinese way of walking into space, also marvelous development that they demonstrated in flights. I mean, I always have an envy if I see the picture like the one on the left down, where you're on the tip of the 80-meter long robot arm, and you're the last human being between Earth and Moon. This must have been a great feeling, and Hans Schlegel also enjoying his EVA in the American spacesuit. So accolade and honors to all the spacewalkers. Over 730 spacewalks have been performed since the beginning of spaceflight. The research centered about experiments in a lot of interesting fields of space research. You see the numbers for Alex. I want to point out also education, where you say, okay, education, yes, but it's the kind of thing that coins the next generation, or attracts the next generation to also take up probably technology and professions of that kind, because you can demonstrate nice things in space that are very unusual on Earth. He was experimenting with soap bubbles, he was showing Newton's principles, he was all kind of demonstrations that were made up for him, or where he improvised in space. And this is also a message that you can send down, besides the serious science, for sure, that you do from space. If you see those different scientific subjects, well, human research, what was the greatest marvel for me when I thought about my spaceflight is that I was thrown into a completely different environment from what evolution had built my body according to. So and still I could live without artificial dialysis, without having some unhealthy pressure in my brain because the heart would pump as it would on Earth. The food was going where it was always going on Earth, and it was coming out where it was coming out on Earth. Nothing in your body depends on gravity, really. Nothing depends on gravity. We have to support some of the functions of the body, like you see muscular loss, you see bone loss, you see some irritation of the heart on the long run, just like patients who spend long time in motionless in bed will suffer. But it's nothing serious. In the first instances, you are thrown into weightlessness that catastrophically fails. And this is a marvel. I mean, we can tap on some sources of our body that we probably still don't know by going into space, being exposed to this environment and looking deeply whether we really understand medical science and the medical paths in our body. And that is all through the human research. This is all through biology that we try to exploit the International Space Station to the best in order to look into whether the models we have built under gravity conditions are still holding true if we take away gravity and try to look into the systems. The plants will behave differently. Small tissue specimen have been flown in biological facilities like the biolab, and just as I speak, Samantha is busy doing the triple lux experiment, which looks into immunological questions. The immune system is stimulated differently, weaker than on Earth, and we have to see why that is happening. I mean, what does a single cell of phagocytic cell has to do with gravity? I mean, it could not care less, but something happens there that we don't understand why the immune reaction changes. Look at fluid physics. I mean, I don't need to say that fluids behave most erratically in space. They do large blobs, they float directly into the electronics, so you better take care not to have a large collection of fluids floating around, but it's also, they are reduced on their surface tensions. It's not a drop that you see anymore, it's a sphere, and this makes all kinds of effects. Going to foams, emulsions, and colloids, the mixture of these elements is much more homogeneous than you could do them on Earth. Soap bubbles survive because they are not drained out to the bottom by flowing water. And there are all sorts of interesting physical effects that you can really watch slowly and measure slowly in space. The subject of material science always was to, and is, to avoid sedimentation, which means that the components of a alloy, of a melted alloy, are separating just because of gravity, and you keep them together, you do a very homogeneous mixture. There have been some plasma research facilities on board which were able to introduce a stable crystal lattice almost in plasma seeded with little dust particles. All this, I mean, is very interesting. I have slides and slides and slides, but no time to go through, so let's just skip this part, and let's have one experiment as an example. Lots of the human research, or all of the human research, the astronauts are most dedicated to perform, that is for sure. Let me skip. That is the triple looks that Samantha is doing. Just point out one, which is in the end, as always. Come on. I think we have these presentations on the server, so if you're interested in parts of the science, that is what I left it in for. Fundamental physics, very interesting. Did I miss it? It's slow. Seem to have missed it. Okay, let's forget it. The one I wanted to point out is EML, the electromagnetic levitator. Electromagnetic levitator avoids that a sample, an alloy, a melted alloy, has contact with any walls of surrounding of a surrounding experiment cell by levitating it electromagnetically, and this was difficult to achieve, and now it's running, and we expect a lot of results for an undisturbed physical system, a metal alloy or whatever, being kept in the experiment cell without touching the walls. What is also a new feature of these flights is the contact via social media, and most of you probably have followed Astro Alex, and the way to look over the shoulder of the astronaut in the instance he or she is doing the experiment is quite some achievement. Okay, short word on the logistics of spaceflight. The automated transfer vehicle brought up and automatically docked to the, and I mean automatically, docked to the International Space Station with a high precision, provided them with gases, water and fuel. It also has the capability of lifting space station up as a reboost, and 5 of them went to the space station and ended up in a fiery ball on the way back to the atmosphere. These are the names. Okay, so also for documentation rather. And this is the nice view of the ATV. We will see more of ATV in the so-called European Service Module, which is the engine compartment that Europe provides to the American Orion vehicle, the deep space vehicle that is doing its first flight, hopefully in 2017, manned space flight with a European Service Module. These are the 2 gentlemen waiting for the ATV to dock, and this is the approach of the last ATV. You would not go in without some safety precautions, because there may be floating objects after the launch, the rather shaky launch on the Ariane 5. There are others on the horizon, like the Dragon Cargo, and it can also be turned into a crew vehicle, let's see, to provide transport to the International Space Station. So the story goes on, despite that we don't have the shuttle anymore. There are followers on the way, and also they have the capability to bring down some of the experiment results from the space station. It's something that we have been missing with the shuttle. So shuttle would bring down tons and tons of stuff for further investigation on Earth, but ever since we lost the shuttle, it was not possible anymore. This is a kind of a quiz where you would find the space vehicle. Look in the upper left there, there's the little Cygnus approaching above Lake Constance in southern Germany, and it has to be captured also by the robot arm in order to be provided to the space station. Okay, this is space station. What is coming? I can't tell you as much as Meister Yoda says. It's hard to see. We have seen marvelous events in 2014. This is the Rosetta spacecraft approaching the comet 67P Churyumov-Gerasimenko. After all these years, I now know it. And we have seen the Philae landing on the comet. We need to be aware that there are many more of these objects, and probably we have to do it better than in Armageddon in order to save ourselves from these objects. That is an interesting field. I'm pretty sure that spaceflight will get a real boost if now we discover there's an object coming, let's say, within the next period of legislature of our politicians. So if it's in 10 periods, okay, they are out, but the next is always interesting. And so we have to watch out what is around us, and we have to go out, and going out can mean we go back to the moon, we go to asteroids. This is in the making, I mean, with the Orion vehicle playing part of it. Whether it's interesting to do that or whether it's creating the same effect on a next generation, a next century of potential spacefarers that needs to be seen. I find it very interesting to see this pristine material. You can go to the moons of Mars, which also are kind of remains of this pristine origin of our solar system, or you can go to Mars itself, which is quite a task in the future. Okay, I've prepared some views from above, and most of these views are done in another element that was provided by Europe, but on a barter basis given to the US, which is the cupola. You see it hanging right above me here, and cupola provides the first 360 view of the space station surrounding. I never saw Mir space station. I mean, I docked with the space station. That was the first impression I had from space station, a module sticking out inside. You could only glance parts of it, but I never saw the Mir space station in its completeness. And going back from the space station, we were not allowed to circumnavigate it in order to see something. So this is the privilege of the people up on the ISS, to be in the cupola and have a good view of the Earth and the space station, and you can do funny things there. You can record Space Oddity of David Bowie inside the space station, and even the science fiction movies are behind because we were first. This is 2000, or this is 10,000 something, and Andrea Kuipers already is hanging in the very same build, custom-made space cupola right now. And the one thing that you can't really capture by camera and video is flying into the aurora. And you see, this is the most amazing moment when your spaceship goes deep down in the south, or deep up in the north, as you wish, into the aurora. By the way, we had aurora this week down to Moscow, so it was amazing. It seems to be a solar activity. And this is the famous time sequence movies that you see now and then. So high definition cameras are able to no, there you have to help Heinz to launch the video. No, there's a video hidden on this one. So to come to an end, I want to put your geography on a test. Where are we flying here? Yeah, the France really love their country. They recognize it from space. That's true. Let's have it again. I tell you where we are. Can we launch it again? Thanks. So we come from the west. You can't avoid. First country you meet crossing the Atlantic is Ireland. So you have Dublin now crossing the middle, and they have London now crossing the middle, and you have Belgium and France and Paris, you see, and you see the boot of Italy even, and then it goes into the less lit plains of Siberia. So this is what you can get if you cut high definition photography in this marvelous fashion that we see. With that, I want to close. No, I have another one of these interesting quotes. Yeah. With that, I want to close and wish you a very successful SpaceUp with lots of information, lots of friends, lots of good news.
Thank you very, very much, Reinhold. We have a few gifts for you. These SpaceUp mug and a poster, which I'll take back from you because our delegates will sign it, and then I'll put it in your office on Monday. And we have also a special kit for you to build your own custom space station out of Lego. This is not even on the market yet, but we have it custom designed from a master builder. So
it's called Concurrent Design Facility.
Exactly. Yes, you're welcome. All right, so if you'd like to ask any questions to Reinhold, let me know, and he can answer questions before we go to our coffee break. Any questions that you would like to ask our astronaut? Sebastian, can you take the third mic and take the question from Jim at the back?
You said that you don't want to mention the future too specifically, but of course, working in the ISS ground segment, you can imagine that we're very excited to know a little bit what's going on, and whether it's 2020, 2024, or potentially even some other plans to extend it. So, of course, I don't want to, how to say it, make this political question to you. I'm sure nobody's listening, but could you give us some creative feels what you think will come up?
Yeah, I mean, there are a couple of reasons to run space station. One of the most important in the moment is the international cooperation, I have to say. Science is always following some good other reasoning to go places. It was not because of the science that they went to the moon. It was to show technical capabilities and to demonstrate first in space and stuff. Space station also is not ideal for science, but nevertheless we do science. So there will always be science, but it's not the only reason. I think that the science, the interesting, really interesting science must be supported by other fields of research, like I skipped it, but ACES is one of the examples where I would say it's worth building a space station around. ACES is an atomic clock ensemble in space, which will be another test of Einstein's theory of relativity and maybe lead us to very different other fields in physics. And if we gain the support, if everyone thinks this is a good idea to do that space mission, then we are more successful than pushing our ideas in the public. So we have to wait for the moment that the world community, which is very busy with very naughty things in the moment, I mean cruel things and wars and stuff, but that the world community thinks this is the time to go to Mars, and then it will be an easy one to provide the technology to go to Mars. So you have the public engagement behind you, you are on the winning side, and much more so than convincing people that you can technically do it and that it makes sense and that it's a logical first step. Space station certainly will be around till 2017 in the fashion we know it. It will be around until 2020 with X modifications in operating it, because this will be part of an ESA ministerial council in 1 or 2 years time to decide. The US at least have already committed to 2024. The Russians are on the way to do that, besides having plans with an alternative space station. Japan and Europe I can't tell because this is my boss taking this decision. And so I hope that yes, what is important for me is that you have to see the whole end-to-end chain, that you cannot, I mean, what is a program worth that sends a spacecraft in 2017, a spacecraft in 2021, in 2025? You lose astronauts, you lose ground crews, you lose engineers that just drift away, not waiting for years for the next project to come, that you cannot afford. What you need is a sustained, large program, and there is no other way I can imagine than a space station. Not necessarily in low Earth orbit, it may be in a Lagrange orbit or whatever, but the space station is the only regular course. You have teams on the ground, you have astronauts, you have trainers and stuff. So it will, for me, the best mixture would be to have exploration missions once in a while, but also a sustained presence in space via a space station.
All right, one, maximum 2 more questions before we go to coffee. Olivia, over there.
Thank you. You first showed us a picture about the astronaut class of 2009, and they're very successful in orbit. You also said that you see a space station in future, but also exploration missions. Do you see another astronaut call coming up in the next years?
Yeah, I'm a great advocate for regular astronaut calls, but no one hears me. I mean, 6 is a crowd, and it was kind of a good work and very successful work to make them all fly. But you could have made 2 classes out of it. In order to inspire the ever next generation leaving universities, trying to come into the field, I mean, this was a real success, also PR-wise for ESA 2009. We had 8,500 academic young people from all over Europe answering. I mean, this is something you have a hard time to do via normal way of press releases and stuff. So yes, I very wish for you, the young ones here that still have the decision where to go in their lives, that you will see an astronaut selection. But on the other hand, I understand that if you don't have flights for the potential astronauts, I mean, this is taking them from a potentially brilliant career into a field where they then wait and wait and wait, and finally the real kick is flying at least once into space. And if they don't make it, it would be a shame. So I hope something comes up as soon as we have a firm, fixed grip on the other question of what is following space station, or whether we go on with space station until 2000X.
Okay, one last question. Daniel at the back.
Hi, so everyone talks about a European flight opportunity with NASA and Orion, and this is obviously a big topic. What about European flight opportunities with the Russians or the Chinese?
First of all, we have to see that the Americans are not NASA anymore only. We can easily buy a flight. I mean, once Dragon provides a regular service to the International Space Station, we could consider of looking at the price list and saying, I want a 10-day mission, 20-day, whatever. So there are new opportunities, and the Russians offer these flights. By chance, we have the opportunity to see a spaceflight participant in September, because we have this 1-year crew remaining in orbit. The Chinese are another options, where it's only to know that ESA also maintains good relations now to the Chinese astronaut world. I would say the training centers talk to each other and other officials. So there are a couple of opportunities, but nothing that you would found a need to recruit new astronauts on in the moment. That is why ESA is hesitant there.
Awesome. All right, we're going to wrap up questions there for now. We have prepared, Georg has prepared coffee and some snacks for you guys, so please refresh. Remember, the toilets, if you do need them, are just behind the back, behind the Lego and Sam's poster. They are also in the coffee area. Please do label your stuff or put it inside your bag so you can distinguish your bag from the other 100 bags. And just as for your awareness, you are allowed here to take photos of absolutely everything. So go nuts, there's no restrictions. You're allowed to take photos of whatever you like, tweet everything. Just don't touch the Soyuz module that's behind the barrier for a good reason. Aside from that, yeah, please do take photos of everything. Remember, the hashtag is SpaceUpCGN, so use that in all of your tweets and posts when you're doing that. And if you are presenting in the main foyer, see us for a media form there. When you are having coffee, please don't take any food or drinks outside the coffee area except for water. So yeah, that you'll see next to the astronaut training pool where everything is for that. And also, for people that are planning future space ups, Alex over here designed all of our space up logos and yeah, mini and main logos for the site. So see her for ideas for your future space ups. And thank you again very, very much, Ryan Holt. He won't say it, but he is a huge part of what's behind. And if you, sorry, Sebastian?
What is it on? Yeah. Just one thing, if you haven't signed up for the dinner tonight and you still want to, just a reminder, like, see me now during this break and we can sort it out. I have the menus here, so just, yeah, see me if you want to join tonight.
All right. And yeah, please enjoy coffee, and it'll be a bit shorter than planned, so please be back here about 11 o'clock. Thanks. Is it okay? Yeah. Yes.
Go on a Mars simulation. But what exactly is a Mars analog astronaut? Let me introduce you first to the AUDA Mars Spacesuit Simulator. This beauty is built and developed by the Austrian Space Forum. She weighs 45 kilograms, has a hard upper torso, is unpressurized, and has a custom-built onboard data handling. It's a spacecraft to wear, you could say. And the pilot of this spacecraft is an analog astronaut. Since 2009, we conducted 10 major and international Mars analog field simulations. For example, in 2011, we went to Spain, to Rio Tinto, and had the privilege to drive ESA's Eurobot for the first time. Afterwards, we also went subsurface into caves at the Dachstein giant ice caves. This was also an extraordinary thing to do, also communication-wise. And we held our first Mars tweet-up there. I think some people are in the audience who attended this Mars tweet-up. And then we went to Morocco. Why is perfectly explained by this picture. By the way, the Mars picture was only taken a few days later than the one we took in Morocco. Yeah, this was an extraordinary experience also for myself. And with international partners, we conducted scientific and robotic experiments. There are only 4 groups who are doing Mars analog research, and we are the only group in Europe. Let me tell you a secret. I consider myself a Mars pioneer. I'm not a scientist nor an engineer, but as a social media team lead, I help to spread the idea of sending humans to Mars and make people understand why we need to train people on Earth for these challenges on Mars. Our next mission will take place this August in Austria on a glacier. It is called MRD 15, and it will be the highest ever conducted Mars simulation. I invite everybody in this room and also via Space Livecast to consider getting involved. Not only spread the word, but consider getting involved. We are looking for volunteers, especially social media volunteers. We are choosing carefully with whom we work. You will be part of an experienced team, and I'll host a session later on MRD 15 with more details. I am a Mars pioneer. Are you one too?
Thank you very much, Olivia. We don't have time for questions for T-5s, but if our next T-5 could please come up. Chris? No? Sorry, Alex.
There it is. Yeah, so hello, my name is Alex. I study psychology. I love the reactions on that. Most people say, oh, this is no science, and the second is, can you read my mind? Yes, of course I do. So this is what people think I actually do. It's not. The official definition of psychology is the study of mind and behavior. So how do we study behavior, though? We do research. The function of research is to understand reality. So what are we doing as a psychologist? Psychologists love questionnaires. Questionnaires are an amazing tool to capture people's minds. Look, you have 1 sentence, 5 answer possibility, and I know everything about you. And because no one would believe me, we do it a little bit more complicated. We have maybe 2 or more groups, mostly students who need some money and participate in an experiment. We split them into randomized groups, do an experiment with a questionnaire again, and then we do some crazy statistics to understand our reality. So I always wonder about this artificial version to do an experiment. Is this real? Can we draw conclusions about reality using these artificial methods? And if we talk about space psychology, I think this is the biggest problem we have to deal with. So let's picture, we want to do research about Mars. How do people behave on Mars? But we can only do research here on Earth. This is not real. So we try to find out about reality actually being in an unreal situation. So what do? As Olivia already said, we simulate trip to Mars. We do experiments like Mars 500, which are good, I think, because they are really focused, they are concrete, and they create some awareness. But still, we have two major problems about this. The first is a factor of risk. What would happen if we would really go to Mars and no one could open the door from a simulation box? And the second is, we always have people who want to be in the situation, aspirants who are interested in participating, but what happens if their mood will change and they don't want to be there again? This is the thing which interests me, and this is the thing about reality. So at university, I have a teacher who really inspired me, and he said, psychology is not only about mind and behavior, it's mostly about experiencing new things. And this impressed me so much that I started to think, can't we find out about space psychology on Earth, like really? So can't we talk to people who already experience the situations I'm questioning, like isolation or monotone work? And yes, we can. Because we have possibilities to find out. Let's go to hospitals. There you find people who are long-term isolated. Let's go to factories. There are people who do this work every day. What happens to their brain? What happens to their perception? I started to interview people, 40, and to create a podcast. And this is what it inspired me to do. We have two tools we can use. The one is space research controlled. The other one are the answers we already have on Earth. And we have to combine them. We have to interact and do a common knowledge. And the thing is, both could have a positive impact on each other. Like space research could influence situations on hospitals or on old people care. So I think if you ask me, what is research? Research is not only about facts. It is about passion. It is about trying out new things, not knowing where to go. It is about exploration. So look, when Columbus in 1492 left Europe, he had no psychologist to talk to him before, or no navigation system. And he did not arrive, actually, where he planned to arrive. He arrived on a different planet, on a different spot. So sometimes I think research and reality are like two parallels who are gonna meet in the infinity. And I think the most important for us sometimes is we have to ignore the facts, and we have just to go. So maybe reality is to fulfill our vision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now Chris. We lost there.
It is. Haha. Yes. So, hi, I'm Chris, and today I'm going to talk to you why my little friend Neil really desperately needs you to talk to him. So, Neil, this is everybody. Everybody, this is Neil. I'm doing a PhD. I'm hopefully defending my PhD very soon on plasmas. And in this audience, if you say plasmas, then you're like, woo, yay, plasmas. I know plasmas. They are beautiful. They are sexy. They're out there. We can look at them. They're so far away, they have nothing to do with me, and if we watch Star Trek, then we know that you need plasma to run a warp core. That's about most of our relationship to plasmas. But plasmas are actually something quite real. They are ionized gases under very particular circumstances. In that case, all the electrons are simply ripped away from the atoms, and something amazing happens, and it's something that needs communication, and that's something that Neil really wants you to understand. Why do you need that kind of weird thing? We all need it because we're space geeks and we love space, so we like our satellites. They happen to float in a plasma, so we need to understand the plasma. Their solar cells are built with plasma technology. They would not have power if there was not a plasma. Now their engines are working on plasma, so there we go again. But you don't even have to go to space because that screen actually is plasma technology, and those blinding lights, well, those might be LEDs, but the lights all around us are plasmas. So you're surrounded by plasmas, and you need to understand what those things are in order to put them to work. Okay, good, space, high tech, pretty cool, right? No, it's even easier. I can build my own lightsaber, and it costs me 400 euros. And I don't have to go to a special place. I just go to the department store and buy myself a power supply, a pin, a glass part, a bit of gas that I have to order online. That's actually the most expensive part. And ta-da, I have a cold atmospheric pressure plasma. It's cheap, it's reproducible, and it's quite awesome. You can touch it because it's cold. And what does that do for you? Lots of questions. So you're there, you have a new tool in your hand. The new tool is not really new. We've been using it all the time, and suddenly questions are coming up that I put a person into space, and that person is going to be 9 months isolated from supplies. That person is going to be 9 months from the next doctor, and the next phone call to ask your physician about the infection on your arm might just take over 40 minutes to get one answer. So you're quite isolated, and suddenly you have this new tool, and you say, hey, I can do awesome stuff with plasmas. And this is what my research was about. Turns out if you put a plasma in contact with biological cells, magic happens. You start killing bacteria, and the skin cells say, yay, plasma. So the skin survives while the bacteria die. And you have a cheap treatment tool for skin cells, and you say, this is amazing. This is why I do research. This is why I'm so passionate about science. And then you make another test round with the same settings and the same bacteria, and nothing happens. And you're like, okay. Then you ask your biologist friend, who's also a scientist, do you even talk the same words? Like, what happened? Nothing, we did the same thing, as always. 2 months later, you have figured out that the poor student who was tasked to mix the batch that will give growth to the bacteria that you will be treating with your precious research changed the growth medium, because it doesn't matter, right? Yeah, it does. Science is super complicated. In my case, it changed everything. So if you make one measurement one day, it works. Another measurement next day does not work. So we need to talk, all of us. We really need to talk to each other. We need to learn each other's languages so that we can explain what is actually happening. And without communication, Neil, the little astronaut on the planet Mars, on the asteroid, on lunar surface, will not be able to survive. And we just heard how important psychology for that is. We just heard how important outreach for that is. So if we don't know how to talk each other's language, we will not be getting off this planet. Because just for my research, these are the general research fields that I had to talk to. And if you ask somebody who's doing genetical engineering how many parts per million hydrogen peroxide he or she would like to have in solution, you will be getting back a very big question mark. So talk, talk, talk. Without talking, it's not going to work. Without communicating, it's not going to work. And one day, we might just solve actual problems with what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up is Remco and social media in space.
No, I think I set it to automatic. So if someone fires it up, here we go. I'm not going to talk to you about social media in space. I do that online the whole day, so no need to do that right now. I'm going to talk to you about something different. And I was hesitating on talking about what World Space Week is, because I assume everybody knows what World Space Week is, but no. When I talk about World Space Week, many people still think I work for a space magazine, or think that I organize this big grandiose event every year for space outreach and education. So I thought maybe it is worthwhile explaining to you what World Space Week really is. I'm the operations director for World Space Week, and this is what World Space Week is. World Space Week is the largest public space event in the world to promote STEM through the excitement that we all have about space. World Space Week was founded 15 years ago, 16 years ago now, by the United Nations. So we are, in a way, the outreach arm for the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. We are the UN-declared week where we celebrate space worldwide. We are a very small, volunteer-driven organization with a big board of directors with big names in it. just for PR purposes, a very small executive team, and lots of volunteers who organize a lot of events. This is 2014, where we had 1,600 events spread over 76 different countries. This is what the largest public space event in the world really looks like. And we've grown significantly. Since we were founded in 1999, we have grown very hard because there's a lot of need, I guess, in the education world for kids to be excited about something. And space happens to be a very good way to excite, especially children and students, about the awesomeness of science and space. I'm going to talk a little bit about the things that happened during World Space Week, and this is one of the things that happened. This slide will be on for 20 seconds, so I'm not going to explain, but we do really cool stuff during World Space Week. In 2014, as I said, we had 1,600 events, and every year we have a theme. So last year, the theme was about satellite navigation, space guiding your way, and through that theme, we try to inspire event organizers to hold events. And we have massive response to that. So I'm giving you a few examples of World Space Week events, where here we worked with Lockheed Martin on the Orion launch in December. We had a big campaign working with them to bring people on board of Orion, which was launched in December. We work with Airbus. Airbus Defence and Space organized over 400 events, sending their personnel to local schools to talk about the stuff that Airbus does and how we need scientists in the future. Big organizations like ESA at ESTEC organized their open day during World Space Week, making it a World Space Week event that draws almost 10,000 people on a single day to the research heart of ESA. We have events like here in France, where people are inspired by space technology, like the swimming pool that we see here. They organized a neutral buoyancy lab in a public swimming pool, in this case in Bordeaux in France, with the local diving club, using again space science to excite children about diving in this case. You may be surprised, the biggest participation we get in the less developed countries. Like here in Germany, in the Netherlands, where I'm from, there's plenty of events organized throughout the year. But in countries like Bangladesh and Saudi Arabia, India and Pakistan, there aren't many events. So they use the concept of World Space Week to bring people together and talk about space in countries that may not even have their own space program. Even more striking examples are in areas in the world where the political stability is less favorable, let's put it that way, like in Libya this year. There's a group of astronomers in Libya and Iraq that organize space events while rockets, not so friendly rockets, are flying right behind them. But yet they go out into the desert to do stargazing parties and inspire children about a better future for them. So with this talk, I'd like to make sure that you all understand that World Space Week is bigger than what some people imagine it is, and invite you to be involved, organize events during World Space Week, and of course, using the information that you can find here. Follow us on social media, follow us on our website. We have many ideas on how you can help us and help the United Nations spread the word about space and space science and STEM education for the future generation. As we are a volunteer organization, I have to put up this slide, all the organizations that are involved in World Space Week, to make sure that we can actually organize these events and have a website and do all this social media stuff. And with that, I'd like to invite you October 4th through 10th to help me make World Space Week even bigger next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And finally, our next speaker is half French, half Australian, and between the two of us, we make up one full Australian. So welcome Matt onto stage about the SKA.
Thank you. Right, I'll finish by bringing you all back down to Earth for 5 minutes before we get to talk to the astronauts. And I'm going to tell you about something kind of awesome that I'm working on. It's a really cool project, a huge radio telescope. This is a Twitter-friendly presentation, so all my slides are made easy so that you can take pictures or tweet about them in under 140 characters easily. So try to be Twitter-friendly for all of you guys. So let's get started. Now, what is the SKA? The SKA is going to be the world's largest radio telescope by far, and it's basically going to be the biggest scientific instrument on the surface of the planet, period. And if you need to remember something about this, this is it. This is this slide. It actually means square kilometer array, which is a telescope with a collecting area of about a square kilometer, which is like this dish. This dish is 100-meter diameter, so it's 10 times this dish. This is the biggest telescope in the world at the moment. We're going to be 10 times bigger. So it's an array, like its name says. So it means it's a collection of antennas that are going to be spread over not just one, but 2 continents. Africa on the left and Australia on the right. So loads and loads of antennas, more than you can imagine. What about construction? We're not there yet. We're in the design phase, so engineers have been working hard. Construction starts in 2018 with what we call SK1, which is a part of the array. And the first science observations will be conducted in 2020, which is when the exciting stuff starts. Now, what have we been doing now? The important bit is we've been going from concept to reality to design the best telescope possible, like ESO did with the VLT. Old concept on the left, the real thing on the right. So that's what the engineers work on. And it's been a hell of a ride. 500 scientists, 100 partner institutions, companies in over 20 countries who've worked for 2 years to get to a real engineering design of this machine. Right? So it's a huge international collaboration. What is it going to look like? It's going to look like this. Right? It's going to be a collection of what we call dishes, which you see on the left, and weird Christmas trees, metal Christmas trees on the right, which are the small things. They're about the size of a person. So kind of a weird-looking instrument. And it's actually going to be, so 2 instruments, 1 on each continent. In Australia, 130,000 of those Christmas trees, right? That's a lot of antennas to put in the outback. So over a huge area, 130,000 to start with. And those antennas are going to produce 5 times the global internet traffic, right? More than the entire internet traffic. That's the kind of data we're talking about for this project. 35,000 DVDs every second. What is it going to do? It's going to look back at the first billion years of the universe, when the first stars and the first galaxies formed. So it's going to tell us a lot about the evolution of the universe and dark matter, dark energy, what's going to happen with the universe in the future. So really exciting science. Second instrument is going to be in South Africa, 200 dishes. At the moment, the largest telescope in the world is ALMA in Chile with 66. We're going to build 200. Right? This is the jump in capability. Spread over 150 kilometers. And that particular instrument will produce enough data to fill more than 300,000 laptops every single day. So just imagine that every day, 300,000 laptops of data, raw data. So you need to be able to handle that with your computing power. What is it going to do? It's going to look at gravitational waves that were predicted by Einstein, but are very hard to observe. It's going to test gravity in very extreme environments around black holes, and it's going to look for signatures of life in the galaxy. So molecules and a bit of SETI as well. So how is it better? Well, it's better in terms of resolution. So this is a comparison with the current best. So basically, it's like putting glasses on. You go from having blurry images of the sky to really, really detailed images. And it's going to be 4 or 5 times better than anything out there. In terms of sensitivity, because you've got lots of antennas, you have a lot more signal as well. So you see fainter details. It's like a long exposure photograph at night. You see more details. Same thing. And then finally, the survey speed, which is also really exciting. Because of the sensitivity and the area of the sky you can look at, it means you can map the whole sky a lot faster than any instrument. 60 times faster than the VLA in the US. Right? So you can map the whole sky really, really quickly. So if you'd like to know more, you go to these 2 sites, skatelescope.org and our YouTube channel, where we've got loads of talks to tell you more about that. And I'll just finish with a quick teaser for tomorrow. What is this going to do for deep space missions? Well, the SKA could support deep space missions and really revolutionize what we do with them. So come to the talk tomorrow, and I'll be telling you all about this. And there we go. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, so as a special talk now, actually, we presented Reinhold with a custom-made ISS Lego, which isn't on the market, and it was done by the Lego master builder, who is behind, you might have seen the Ideas Lego going around. It had support by ESA and NASA, and it's potentially going to be made by Lego if it does get enough votes, so jump on Ideas Lego and see if you can chuck in a vote for that. And we actually have the master builder here with us. He signed up as a delegate to SpaceUp Cologne, and he will present for you in a minute. Chris, are you go, or we can swap to Hervé first? Okay, 2 minutes. All right, chat amongst yourself for a couple of minutes, or yeah. Unfortunately, we're on the wrong side of the Earth to get a good view of the station right now, but that's... it means that station's privatized for video. So it's Saturday, probably somebody has a private family conference. No, it's normal. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Hervé, actually, can you go first? Okay, so our Lego Master Builder will come up in a minute, and first up we're going to have Hervé. So you guys might have seen the really large neutral buoyancy facility, otherwise called the astronaut swimming pool, which is next to the coffee area just down the hall. Hervé is one of our chief trainers to do the astronauts for the EVA, and he will explain a lot more about his work on NEMO in the US and to train the astronauts for the space station.
Thank you. So I'm very happy to have you here. The purpose of my talk right now is to introduce you a bit to the EVA pre-familiarization training and proficiency training that we have put in place here at EAC. You will see a little bit more during the tour, but I just want to give you some highlights of what we do here. So basically, you know that EVA is the most challenging and the most complex activities that an astronaut can do in space. I don't know if you have noticed a tweet that was sent on the 15th of March by the NASA astronauts. They were just quoting Ray Wiseman, who did EVAs with Alexander Gerst. And during an interview, he said EVA was the most challenging and difficult things I had to do in my life. So, taking this into consideration and looking at the fact that there are not a lot of EVA's opportunities, not all astronauts could do an EVA, and that's quite difficult. And a lot of astronauts are looking for an EVA during their career or their missions. NASA is selecting the astronauts based on their performance. So what's going on? During the training, they do an evaluation. They check, is this guy excellent or good? Is the guy that we can push forward to eventually assign him to an EVA? Or is this person maybe not so good for an EVA, or we need more training to push this person to be assigned for an EVA, and then an astronaut could do something else, robotics, science, piloting, something else. So now, I want to put you in the shoes of an astronaut just freshly selected. So you come to EAC, for example, you are an ESA astronaut, you might have a scuba license, but it's not mandatory because it's part of the basic training. We train astronauts in scuba just because the EVA training is done underwater, and the more at ease you are underwater, the better you will be at ease in your EVA training. Now, just imagine yourself now starting, you have a scuba experience, and you start your first EVA runs. And there is actually a huge, huge gap between the experience that you can get as a diver and the experience in the suit. What happened? You are confined in a very tiny, small environment, and you are confined inside for hours. So if your nose is itching, there is no way to scratch it for a bunch of hours. Your movements are limited. It's hard because the suit is inflated and created some pressure on your movement. You are isolated from the outside, and your awareness of what's going on is narrowing down to yourself. What I mean is that you lose your capability to touch because of the envelope of the suit. You lose your capability to watch around what's going on. Even if you have a nice visor in front of you, you cannot turn around easily, you cannot bend to look around, and your visibility is limited. Also on the tools that you carry with you and on the surrounding. In addition, you have most of the time the nose on the structure because you have to hold yourself to an handrail. Your hearing perception is also, capability is also narrowed down because what you listen to through the Snoopy cap that you have with the headset is a communication with the ground or with the astronaut in the space station. And the rest that you hear is your breath and the noise of the ventilation in your suit. And in these conditions where you could have easily a tendency to lose the awareness of the environment, you are asked to have an increased capability to develop this additional awareness, to be always aware of what you are doing, to do a safe and efficient EVA. And these are the challenges of the EVA training. What you have to do is to develop this extra capability to always be safe and efficient. So how do you do that? You do that by learning what we call the rules of engagement of EVA. So these rules, you learn them in Houston or in Star City. These are basically rules where will guide you to be safer and more efficient. Typical easy rules like always be double secure to the structure. Everything that you carry with you needs to be either attached to you or to the structure. Other recommendations like slow is fast. What does it mean? Don't rush during your translation. It's better that you go slowly and each time you look around, where are my tools, where are my tethers, where are all the equipment that I carry with me, where do I come from, where shall I go, where is my work site, or shall I enter in the best configuration in the work site. If you rush too much, you can get entangled. You have to look at what is the problem, then you have to disentangle the mess that you have done. You lose time. Time is one of the enemies of the spacewalker. You have to be efficient and fast. In what you do. I mean, just an example. If you have a tether that you want to put back on your mini workstation, if you put the tether in the wrong configuration, there are two possibilities because you don't care too much. Then you will have quite some difficulties to get it back because there are movements that you cannot do. So what will happen is that your tether, you will take maybe 20 seconds, 30 seconds to get it out, where normally you can get this tether out in less than 5 seconds. So if you are not careful enough with this, such a situation and you have 200 times this kind of action to do during your EVA, you will be in trouble to finish the work. So that's the reason why here at TAC in ESA, we have developed a very unique and specific program, which is called the EVA Pre-Familiarization and Proficiency Training. And we do it in the NBF nearby the big water tank that you have on the back. What do? We don't have any spacesuit here. ESA has not developed any spacesuit, but we don't need a spacesuit to train these rules of engagement. You will see, and you see on this picture, the configuration that we have for the astronauts. We mimic a little bit the working conditions. So we immerse some modules in the water. We simulate a kind of mini space station. They have to do typical EVA tasks, bringing things outside, recovering tools, attaching, doing connections, power fluid connectors, bringing things outside, from outside, inside the airlock. All the basic type of activities that you can do. And they use exactly the same tool, the same tethers that they will use in Houston. So this is part of a cooperation that we had with NASA, and NASA helped us to develop this EVA pre-familiarization program. So in this configuration, with also a full face mask enabling communication with the other EVA partner, with the instructor in the control room, we train the astronauts on these rules of engagement without having the bulkiness of the suit. And after the training that they receive here, they know how to behave, they know what to do to be efficient and safe, they know how to talk, they know how to be aware, how to communicate together, how to teamwork. And the result is that when they arrive at NASA for the first training in the suit, it's easy for them. Instead of what could another astronaut who is exposed to the suit directly could feel like getting out of the first run, like, I'm not happy with what I have done. It was tiring. I got some bruises. It was uncomfortable. I did some mistakes, and I get some criticism from the instructors. I don't get good marks. I'm not really happy with what I have done. Our guys, they go there. They just have to adapt to the bulkiness and the movement limitation of the suit. But they know everything. They know what to do and how to behave. They are good and excellent. They are safe. They are efficient. And they do the first runs much faster than what is expected. Out of that, they get very good marks, even excellent marks. The NASA instructors already earmark them as, oh, these guys have a high potential for EVA. And the astronauts are then really motivated by this feedback. And as it is much easier than when they would have expected, the result is that this is a kind of boost for them. They continue to get into the training with high motivation, with pleasure, and getting out of a reward out of it. The results, you have seen it. We had some recently recruited astronauts who did some EVAs. This will be also the case in the coming this year and in the coming year. So our program has been quite successful to push our guys to be assigned for an EVA. I'm coming close to 10 minutes, so it's maybe time for questions. And anyway, if you have additional questions, we can discuss it later on during the tour when we come closer to the NBF.
Thank you, Hervé. We have 5 minutes for questions for Hervé. If you'd like to ask him anything about crew training, about the NEMO missions, about how we train astronauts to walk in space and use the ginormous swimming pool here.
Yeah, so my first question is, how do I get to swim in the pool? And, well, more seriously, how long are you generally, like on average, if you have an averagely good, trained, fit astronaut, how long do they spend training this in comparison to the real thing when they wear the real suit?
Well, the training here is a bit intensive during the basic training, before they get the first exposure to the suit. So we have something which is spread over, let's say, 1 month of training with different sessions. They start first, they have classrooms, they have familiarization with the tools, then we do run alone for each of them. Instead of training together, 2 by 2 as in a real EVA, we prefer them to concentrate on their task and to develop this awareness of what they do alone. And then we go to a more complex approach where they get trained 2 by 2, and then they have to, in addition, to develop communication and teamwork. So these are, let's say, could be 10 sessions that are spread over 1 month, and then on regular basis, we can reactivate other sessions. We have this also as a proficiency training. That means that when an astronaut has not been exposed to EVA training for a while, 6 months, 1 year, and is about or she's about to resume training, EVA training, either in Houston or in Star City, they have a kind of refresher training that we implement for them to put them back in the EVA state of mind. So, and then there are also periods where we don't have a lot of training activities. When the astronauts are assigned to a mission, they are fully busy with their training assignment. So, and these are periods where we develop new concepts, we have new tools, we get prepared for getting better and improving our training capability for the future.
All right, we can have 3 or 4 more questions, and you can also ask Hervé questions during the tour this afternoon. Eloise, down here.
Thank you. Do you have any plans to add on a more complex situation where you add a bulky suit or a pressurized suit?
We don't want to have a pressurized suit. First of all, because the suit is extremely expensive. We talk about millions. And then you have also to maintain the suit, the different parts, and you need a lot of manpower around. So we want to be efficient and cheap, to not waste the money from the taxpayers. So, but anyway, we go in a direction to improve this capability, and we are looking at possibilities to have some hardware like an exoskeleton that the astronaut could wear in the training. That could be in a wet environment. It doesn't need to be pressurized, and this exoskeleton would mimic the limitation of the suit. That's the first step, first direction in which we are going. The second direction is that we are looking at the capability to simulate spacewalk on the moon, surface exploration on the moon or on Mars in partial gravity in the pool. And this is also something we are stepping in.
Right, so next question, down the front.
If all those suits are so expensive, like real ones, how many training do they do in those suits, and how many training do they get in the more easy to move suits?
Well, the more easy to move suits, it's only here at EAC, and this is only for the ESA astronauts. The other space agencies, they don't do that. In the real suit, they are exposed, let's say, when they start, they have a kind of novice flow training, which is four runs of 6 hours together. The first one is 4 hours, and then it's 6. And then they go into the skill flow, which is about 5 runs, the same duration. And then this is a basic training that most of the astronauts get. And this is where the evaluation is done for. Do you go for an EVA during your mission or not? And then when they are assigned to an EVA, they have additional 12 to 15 runs for the specific activities they will do during the EVA. So they are exposed to EVA training for around 150 hours before they go in space for the real stuff.
Awesome. And a question on the left.
What's the kind of background you as instructors have in training these astronauts? Where do you come from?
Well, I'm an aerospace engineer. I'm also a scuba instructor. I have trained astronauts for years and years, also when I was in the French Space Agency before. The background also, the additional background that you need is that you need to be trained in the suit. And I got, with some of my colleagues, to get the unique opportunity to be trained at NASA in the EMU spacesuit, like our astronauts. I was also trained in the Russian spacesuit with Andreas Mogensen in 2011, where we spent 6 weeks over there for all-hand training, including many runs in the pool. So you need to have this suit expertise and experience to be able to analyze where are the challenges and what you have to train to help the astronauts to be better. The second aspect is that if you are not trained in the suit, you will have no credibility for the astronauts. They will not listen to you.
All right, 2 last questions. I saw one over here, unless there's one here, and then Daniel at the end.
A couple of months ago, they sent astronauts legs up. I heard there was some talk about having the robots do some EVAs together with the people. Is there any training or something going on there? Will we see that in the coming years?
This might be possible, but not in the early years. I mean, in the coming years, because it's very complex. I mean, when you look at what a robot would have to master, in terms of knowing where is the environment, what are the tasks to be done, and so on, it's extremely complex. Around 10 years ago, we did a test here in the pool with a robot, which was called U-Robot. It was a prototype that we immersed in the pool. A kind of robot with 3 arms or 3 legs, let's say, with a attachment capability at each extremity. And what we tested is the capability of the robot to recognize an handrail and the location to grab it. But it was a very slow movement. I mean, to reach the handrail, it was like 20 minutes. And our environment is very simple. It would be quite challenging to have a robot mapping the full space station characteristics and structure. So, of course, on the surface, Mars, Moon, or eventually around an asteroid, this might be simpler. But we are looking forward to have cooperations. But you need human people. You need the astronauts to take the right decision, to be smart in doing the right thing at the right moment.
And final question.
Quickie, how important is the analog training, so for ESA Caves and NASA NEMO, but also not only those two, but also any other kind of analog training?
Well, it's important, but it's not part of the official training of every astronaut. So only a few astronauts have the opportunity to get through that, and it's really bringing a lot. You will get later on during the weekend some presentation from caves done by Loredana, I assume. I will give you some word about my NEMO experience. This is very useful for the people who go through that, for the astronauts. This is helping them a lot to be better in their ISS mission. But not all of them could go through that.
Thank you very much. And for all the other questions that you have for Hervé, he will be our NBF specialist during your tour of the Astronaut Centre this afternoon, and we'll be able to show you the actual facilities and talk more about his work, and you can ask him any questions then as well.
Yeah, yes. Don't hesitate to approach me if you have any question. Huh?
He's also around for the whole
This is a weekend
SpaceUp.
for that.
Exactly. Thank you very much. All right, and now we have Space Lego Master Builder, Chris.
Hello everyone. Thanks Andrea for having me. My name is Christoph Ruge, and I'm a railway engineer by day and a brickhead by night. And night is especially good for space stuff. So today I will present you some of my space-related models, which I made over the last year using Lego bricks. It all started, well, long ago, as most of you, I guess, have played with Lego in their childhood. I have as well. This was one of my favorite models. It's cropped a bit. Well, some might know it. It's not my creation. I built it, I didn't create it, but I liked it. And that was long ago. About a year ago, I rebooted, so to speak, my Lego space career by creating own models, and not like this, which is a well, not a real model. I started playing around with bricks and come up with some satellites, some different styles. And when playing around with them, I realized that with those round bricks, well, it reminds me of something when I look up in the sky. And, well, I thought, what about space station? Well, space station. This model is about 2,000 plus bricks. You can see a prototype of that over there behind glass. It will be quite huge, but it has lots of playable features, like you see all the panels can be turned, of course. The Canadarm can be moved on the mobile supporting system, and all modules can, as Reinhold said this morning, be rearranged like Lego bricks. Which is because they are Lego bricks. And even the Canadarm has the possibility to pick up the bricks, actually, so you could really play the rearrangement of the station. This, at the moment, is just CGI. It's a 3D model I have in my computer. The prototype, that's more or less everything I can do in real at the moment, since not all bricks are available. But we come to that later. Soon, when I finish this model, more or less finished, I think work on such a station is never finished, I came up with the question, can that be done in a smaller scale? And the answer is obvious, yes, it can. The one you see in the back is actually the same size of an official Lego model of the 2006 year, which had the station in the, as it were in 2006. So now I upgraded that to the full-size nowadays version. And in front you see an even smaller version for the CEO desktop. It's a prototype of which looks now like this. And that's the one we gave away this morning. So Reinhold, this is how it should look like in the end. Well, the back comes with the instruction guide, though. With this model, I was especially amazed since it is a tiny scale. It's just like this. You can see the prototype over there. But still, you can turn the panels. You have a Canadarm. You have the radiators. So it is already highly detailed, though it is just not even 200 bricks. Well, now I had a space station. I assembled that, but, well, how to assemble a space station in a proper way. Reinholds told us this morning, you will need a space shuttle. As you can see in the picture, this model is especially designed to host the models of my ISS. So they would fit into the cargo bay. The Canadarm would fit along with it into the cargo bay. Not all credits of this model goes to me. It is based on an official Lego set, which I streamlined in the design, and especially I enlarged the cargo bay. So, but sometimes when you use this shuttle, or when NASA used to use the shuttle, they landed somewhere else, then they will want to start it the next time. So in that case, it really would be worth bringing back Firefly, Enterprise, so the shuttle, and therefore you need a shuttle carrier aircraft. This again is based on an official Lego aircraft, which I modified in a way that it would be appropriate to host the shuttle. So now we have a shuttle cargo bay. What else could you taxi if you have such a cargo bay? You could shuttle a Hubble Space Telescope. Again, of course, the body of this telescope fits into the model. It's cargo bay. Regretfully, the antennas don't, but tell nobody. Anyway, since we don't have a space shuttle anymore, and we still keep up supporting the station, we need another solution for that. We have another solution for that. It's called a Soyuz rocket. In there, up there, is the very same cute little Soyuz model, which fits with the ISS model, which fits in scale with, you get the point. I have the little one over there behind glass as well. I especially like this model since it involves a train, and I'm a railway engineer. But now, well, probably you're guessing what's coming, but we have a Soyuz, we have a train, we want to launch the Soyuz. So we need a launch pad. I think this never stops, but anyway. Yeah, it is. Yeah, so you can go on and on. At least the cooling part is there. And since we have different launch pads in Baikonur, you could go, well, on and on. Again, this is a quite detailed model, but it's quite large. As you see, it's the normal Lego train scale, so it would fit perfectly in the children's or more adult children's Lego collection. It is highly detailed, but it is large, huge, which is nice, but it's still. So, question arises, can this be done in a smaller scale? Yes, it can. Cute, isn't it? It's a train, it's a rocket, it's the launch pad, everything's there. Without the fuel supply, sorry. Well, but now we have a Soyuz, we have a launch site in Baikonur for the Soyuz. But is the Soyuz only launched from Baikonur? No, it's not. You can launch it from the Guyana Space Center as well. So this is just a sketch. This is my latest model. I'm still working on it. You see the doors of that launch support tower are missing. I wanted to show you anyway. I'm working on that. And as you've, yeah, well, it's work in progress. You always find something you could do better with the models. So now we are on the other side of the planet. We are in Guyana Space Center. Is there anything else launched from there? Well, yes, there is. So what about the Ariane, for example? Here, 5th edition Ariane on its pad, on its launch site. Separable boosters, you can have a version with the satellite in there, and you can slide the launch tower to the launch site. A couple of years ago, Ariane got a little, no, wait a minute, next one. You can have a bigger scaled version of that as well. In this case, I showcased how to separate the boosters and the different stages, and even the 2 satellites stacked on top of it in the top of the rocket. But then again, the tower for that one would be huge. A couple of years ago, Ariane got a little sister, the Vega. This cutie is just the size of the Ariane booster, but it has its own launch pad, and I think it really looks proud on that one, don't you think? Well, but then again, Vega, some of you might know, is not only a rocket of today. It was a Russian space probe in 1984, sent to explore Venus. It carried a lander, actually, up there in the dome. And that lander landed on the surface of Venus and lasted only 56 minutes, gathering data, transmitting data. So therefore, I think 60 hours is already quite a huge success. But let's not forget about other historic space vehicles, which we've heard of today as well already. The Mir space station. This one again with the same Soyuz capsules as the other models, and down there the orange thing, the space shuttle docking port. Some of the before shown models are here on display over there in the corner. Some of them I uploaded to the LEGO Ideas portal, which is a crowdsourcing portal. And if a model there gains 10,000 supporting votes, it will be evaluated by the LEGO group and considered being made as a real set, so that everybody can build it and, well, buy it, build it, one. This model has gained, as we speak of today, 6,800 votes already. So it would still need 3,200 votes, and the deadline for that is the end of April. So it's only 39 days left, but well, it's a challenge, but I think it's a feasible challenge. So if you like this, please support it, please spread the word about it. 100 votes a day, roughly, I think that can be done. For those who are interested, I could give you behind the scenes making of with the 3D model turning and showing all the details in another speech as well. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Chris. And in the meantime, if you guys noticed, we just had a sunrise on the International Space Station, and we're on the side of the Earth again, where you can see live views of the outside cameras on the ISS. We'll take 2 questions for Chris, and then he's going to be around all SpaceUp, so you can chat to him during the coffee and lunch breaks. We have one here and one at the back, Richard and Daniel.
Am I live? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, good. You mentioned you designed these in 3D application. Is that available to normal humans?
It is. It's the official tool by the LEGO Group. It's called the LEGO Digital Designer. It's free for download for Mac and Windows. And it hosts all the bricks. There were. And if you switch to the expert mode, you can get all bricks in all colors, in all amount. So it's the unlimited LEGO brick case. And you can build stuff like that with it.
And final question, and while we're asking that, Daniel, can all of the EAC staff please come down to the stage now?
It's actually a question on behalf of Paxi, the official ESA mascot. Could you design one of Paxi's spaceships, which is the little round saucer thing that Paxi flies in?
I do think so. I would need a picture of it.
Fantastic. So you can catch Chris the entire SpaceUp, and he is happy to answer your questions. And you can see some of his Lego models that he mentioned are on display at the back in the Astronaut Center. So now we're going to have a rare event, at least one that I've never heard of happening before. We're going to have all of the space experts from the Astronaut Center. So here at EAC, we have all of your medical staff, your exercise specialists, and IT and quite a few others on the ground floor. On the first floor, we have all of our astronaut trainers, and on the third floor, we have the astronaut division, including some of us that aren't astronauts who are flight controllers and other things like this. So we have quite a few staff here from EAC, and we're going to bring them up here, and you have almost, well, until lunchtime, so 40 minutes, and you can ask them anything. This is like a Reddit AMA, except that it's live. You are allowed to ask us any questions that you've ever wanted to ask about astronaut spaceflight, human spaceflight, the European Space Program, and our roles at EAC. So if we can have people come up in sort of functional groups. So we have quite a few interns and YGTs that are working here at the moment, so if you guys can come up. Okay, so these guys will be our interns and YGTs. So if you'd like to ask how you can have a position at EAC, perhaps, then direct your questions to these guys. We have Loredana, who heads up our Caves expedition. On stage, please. Yes, yeah, we're all going together. And Serena is one of the astronaut trainers. She's a systems specialist on Columbus and is also a freshly certified Eurocom, so she talks to the crew in space. She's just come back from a week at the big control center in Munich. And we have Susan, who does a lot of the astronaut training as well, and particularly HBP training, which is something that you might want to ask her about, together with Loredana. Casey works, I'm not entirely sure what you do. He works.
My name's Casey. I work in the medical office. We do everything from selecting new astronauts, keeping them healthy, supporting them in flight, rehabilitating them post-flight, and getting them ready and certified to fly again, would be the short version.
Cool, thanks. I was kidding, but thanks for that explanation. We have Aiden, who runs a program here called SpaceUp EAC, and works in the top floor. And Alessandro, who does a bit of everything, but also does quite a bit of the Caves program with Loredana. All right, so feel free to ask us anything at all. And I'm Eurocom, by the way, also. So together with Serena and some others, we communicate to the crew in space, and I do payload review and development for all the future European payloads.
Question for the medical guys. We know that there are deleterious effects of living in zero-G or in microgravity. And I think I'm right in saying there's been no experiments for long-term exposure to lunar, Martian, or lesser gravities. Do you have any intuitions, any thoughts about where the breakpoints are between problem zero-G and healthy living?
That's a very good question. There are definitely various analog environments that try and simulate elements of living in different space environments, but the gravity absence is a difficult one to simulate. The upcoming one-year mission with the astronaut and the cosmonaut will be one of our first opportunities to study in detail the effects of living without gravity for an entire year. The Russians have done it several times before. This one will be, I think, a much more scientifically rigorous approach to try and understand all the things that can happen for being in space for a year. That would be probably the first opportunity we have to really look at, in detail, some of the physiological changes and what's needed to be able to do something more adventurous, like going to Mars or spending even longer in a different gravity or a partial gravity or gravity transition phases. Lunar gravity probably will not be unhealthy. There's other issues like lunar dust that are the bigger issues that they're concerned about.
Okay, and for a short pause before we go on to other questions, guys, you get 1 minute to do a short intro of what you're working on at the moment at EAC.
Okay, I'm Francesco from Italy. I work on energy storage systems for a lunar base using 3D printed regolith.
Hi, I'm Alberto from Spain. I'm doing here an internship, and I'm working in and trying to see how to store thermal energy using lunar regolith.
Hi, I'm Kaylee. I'm from Ireland, and my background is science, but here I am interning in the video production lab.
Hi, I'm Ulrike. I'm from Cologne, and I'm a teacher, a science teacher. And I just created a model out of paper toilet rolls from the ISS for my students. And I would really like to to come space more to schools because it's not taught much. And why, I wonder, it's our world, so let's teach more about space, right? You can do it as well.
Hi, I'm Sylvia, I'm from Spain. I work with Kaylee in the video lab, and we produce audiovisual material for training.
Hi, I'm Leo from the UK. I'm a young graduate trainee. I'm working on SpaceUp EAC and looking right now at a few things, but mainly spending my time on simulations for a hydrogen fuel cell system for a moon base.
Okay. I'm Loredana Bessone. I work on the CAVES program, of course, so taking people into caves, well, astronauts usually. But I also take care of instructor training, so training to become good at instructing, and also behavioral training. So training flight controllers and people that that will go to Concordia, Antarctica to be good as teams for a year in isolation.
Hi, I'm Susan. I also work with Loredana on the astronaut training in the human behaviour and performance. So as she said, we teach the flight controllers, the astronauts, and also the guys that go to Antarctica for a year on things like communication, teamwork, things like that. So.
Hi, I'm Serena. I'm from Italy. My background is in astrophysics. I worked in research for 10 years before coming here. And right now, ISS crew instructor and a Eurocom. So I mostly do training for the crew, how to maintain the systems in Columbus, how to repair them if anything breaks. And as a Eurocom, I talk to them. And I'll be in consult tomorrow morning.
Hey guys, so it's me again. So you know what I'm doing for the NBF. I'm also supporting the NEMO mission since 2012. You have heard about that. Beside that, I'm also a Eurocom. I'm the instructor for the parabolic flight training of the astronauts, and I'm in charge of the aircraft piloting training program for his astronauts also. So a lot of things to do, but it's fun.
Hi, I'm Aidan. I'm from Ireland as well. I'm a research fellow here, a scientist working on SpaceUp EAC, and also looking at future lunar exploration technologies, for example, 3D printing and energy storage that we could potentially use in a lunar scenario in the future.
Hello, I am Alessandro, also from Italy, and my background is aerospace engineering, and I work with Loredana on CAVES as operations engineer, and that has to do with the devices we bring in the cave and the operations documents we bring in the cave.
All right, so any questions that you would like to ask the crew? Remco?
Of course, all kids want to be astronauts, as we know, but I guess the second best thing for kids to become is actually one of you guys. So let me ask one of the YGT graduates, like Leo, what does it take to be considered or to get this highly desired YGT position at ESA?
So you need a master's degree, recently graduated. I don't think there's an age limit, and it's for early careers, so you don't need much experience. I guess I did internships, which helped me a lot. I studied aerospace engineering personally, but there's YGT positions for even business, law, So it depends on your background, but things like internships help, obviously good marks for your education, doing stuff like SpaceUp, that would show your motivation, yeah, this kind of thing.
Awesome. Alex, question?
Yeah, so to you, Loredana, so how do you do the team training or the behavior training? Can you describe it a little bit?
Yes, we create stress. We put people under stress. You can see afterwards in the demonstration room, we have some of those examples, like computer simulations. Difficult situations, we just create exercises, case studies. We try to create difficult situations, and then we get people to work on them, and then we debrief. The key word is debriefing, yes.
Hello. I have a question about real EVAs. If there is a problem in space and an astronaut is not locked to the station anymore, have you a way to catch him? Or is it a crisis like in Gravity?
Yeah, we try to avoid the gravity situation because it's really gravity and it's really difficult. So this is something that should not happen for different reasons, because you have multiple layers of safeties. The first one is that you want to be double attached to the structure. So, for example, on the NASA side, the astronaut is attached with a kind of safety line to the airlock, and either his or her arm or a tether on another fixation point is attachment number 2. So you should never break this rule. You should always be double attached. Then if we imagine that you are not double attached, you float away, you pull on your safety line, and you go back to the airlock. You have lost all the work that you have done for the translation. It's bad for the EVA, but at least you are safe. In case this line would be broken, then on the EMU suit, you have a kind of a small propulsion system, which is called the Safer, that they can deploy. It's not as fancy as the one that the character of George Clooney have done in the movie, but it's something that can bring you back to the station. If you pilot it smart, there is enough autonomy for that. And this training is done in virtual reality. So this is something that Loredana and myself, we have done some years ago, and you have to be careful, but you can come back. So you see, different layers of safety. We try always to make sure that this is mission impossible to be lost in space.
How many of us have seen Gravity, just out of interest? It was good. It was a good movie. It's not every day you get to see your workplace blow up in space. All right, we had another question. Where's the mic? Yep.
I have a question and maybe also a suggestion on astronaut selection, particularly the 2009 selection. I think it's maybe a human behavioral, or, I mean, we had to play a lot of games and were assessed. And my question is, has anything been done? Because you had a very, very large, statistically relevant group of motivated individuals that went through these things. But I've never heard of anything scientifically having been done with that, let's say, opportunity. And the suggestion would be that one aspect, as we heard, was a lot of questionnaires. And I think the people that have participated have never been asked to follow up with questionnaires that could potentially have given you more data points for whatever psychologists are interested in. So the general question is, has that opportunity been scientifically used?
Okay, so that's a very good question. I was the deputy manager for the selection campaign for the medical and the psychological components. And the very short answer to your question is that we're not allowed to use that data specifically from ESA. However, it does exist. They're trying to look at ways to enable some methods to make the data completely anonymous so that some of that can be researched. The main institute that was responsible for the psychological testing in the massive group of 1,000 was the DLR Institute of Aviation in Hamburg, and they have that data, but at the moment it's considered not usable for scientific research from ESA, and there's a just general discussion about is there a way to make that available. Certainly they're very aware of the fact it's ripe with information and has a tremendous potential to be analyzed and studied, but there are a lot of different reasons why it can't be used at the moment.
Yes.
I have another medical question for all the budding astronauts out there. But what are the key medical factors that you look for in candidates?
Basically, you're trying very hard to find someone who is overall fit in the general sense of well-being across the spectrum. So you're not looking for Arnold Schwarzenegger. You're not looking for marathon runners. You're looking for someone who is medically as healthy as possible, because the key component that we're looking at in a selection is risk mitigation. So you're trying to find the people that have the least likely scenarios that have a medical condition that would disqualify them, or to develop a medical condition that would disqualify them in the future or cause a medical evacuation from the space station or spacecraft. So there's no magic bullet that I can tell you. It's simply trying to be as healthy as you can, eating a good diet, exercising regularly, sleeping, minimizing your alcohol content, trying to engage in normal behavior that across the board makes you a very healthy, well-rounded human being. So everyone always asks, and I cannot give you this is the secret code on what you should do, but being a healthy person overall is the key factor.
How much chocolate can we buy you to get extra points for the next astronaut selection?
I'm easy. 1 bar is...
How much time do the astronauts spend training at the ESE? Because they do also training at NASA and JAXA. And maybe a second question is follow up. What do astronauts do after they flew to space?
So in EAC, they spend relatively a minor fraction of their time. They spend most of their time in the United States, at JSC, and in Moscow doing training about the larger side of the station. In EAC, they spend anything between 2 and 6 weeks, depending on the kind of training they get. So with us, for core systems, usually it's about 2 weeks. And then it's payload training, and until recently there was ATV training. Of course, that ATV finished, so we don't have ATV training anymore. So up to 6 weeks, I would say.
And your second question was about post-flight?
Yes, what do astronauts do after they went to the space station? Because normally they don't have another flight coming up.
Okay, I take it. Well, first of all, they come back, they have a kind of post-rehabilitation phase where they are scrutinized and looked at from a medical perspective to look at how they recover. Then they are doing a lot of PRs, event public relation. And they have a lot of meetings, and they go everywhere to explain, to share their mission. Then after 6 months of this period of going around what we call the post-tour, let's say, then they are back to the pre-assignment phase. So what was just mentioned before is applicable to assign astronauts to a specific mission, how much time they spend to EAC. The ESA astronauts who are back from flight, they are basically here. They have their office here, and they continue the pre-assignment. So pre-assignment is office work. You support some project, you do some emails, you do some PR event, you participate in additional training to maintain your training capability, your training capabilities, or eventually to get additional skills in order to be ready for a future assignment. And then it's normal office work.
I think when the astronauts are selected, we train only European astronauts here for a couple of years. They're here all the time. Afterwards, before they're assigned to a mission, they do additional advanced training, pre-assignment training. And part of this assignment training is, for example, my CASE program. Part of the assignment training is some proficiency on EVA, maintaining your robotic skills until you're assigned. Once you're assigned to a mission, then you spend most of your time traveling around, and here it's very short. But then we have all of the astronauts, all the European astronauts coming here. And then after that, yes, we go back to the pre-assignment training, because you're pretty much, again, pre-assignment, and you have to maintain your skills to get ready to be assigned again. So that is, again, taking you around, but mostly here in EAC again, for the European astronauts. The others, back to their home.
Yes.
A question for, I'm not too sure, maybe for everyone, but how do you guys deal with your own sort of maintaining your own morale and enthusiasm when you see that, you know, the level of support either in the media or just in government budgets for space-flight activity sometimes goes up, sometimes goes down, on again, off again. We don't know what's happening in 2 years. We don't know what's happening in 5 years. How do you guys sort of, you know, keep yourselves motivated and coming into work each morning to do your jobs?
I'm going to pass that one to the interns first. What motivated you guys to still get into it as a potential? Can you pass it to Sylvie? Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, I just really like to come here and learn new things because my background, for example, is telecommunications and media. So I didn't know so much about space. And since I've been here, I've learned so much that I like to come here every day to learn more things. So I don't know, I don't really care if they invest more money or not. I just really like to be here.
I feel the same, and also I'm teaching young persons. They're about 10 years old to 17, 16 years old maybe, and I think it's important that we spread this out to the world. We have a space station. It's like Star Trek, you know, we can motivate students to do more in science class. Sometimes they come from different environmental backgrounds and have maybe problems at home, problems in school, and then we can combine the everyday life with school and I think with space, and this is really great, and that's what I would like to do more in the future.
Okay. For me, it's coming from a science background. It's popular some years, popular not so much other years, so it's the same with space, and I just think having people who maintain their love for space will just continue to make it popular and continue to make it thrive, whether it's in the news or not. It doesn't really matter.
Well, for me, it's kind of the same. Coming here every morning, it's just learning and trying to give some of my knowledge on. It's basically learning. So I'm very motivated coming here every day. It's not like working. It's like, well, you work, but you enjoy work doing this. So
you don't really work.
I don't know. I mean, coming here every morning, it's nice because everyone is really into what he's doing here and really excited about the job and motivated. And I think we shouldn't care much about politics because, you know, politics changes really fast and people change their mind really fast. So we just keep doing what we do and we'll see what happens in the future.
Thanks, interns. That was awesome. And be very, very grateful in Europe. I'm going to say this as a fake European. I'm half Italian, half Australian, so I do get to, fortunately, come over and work here. In Australia, we don't really have a human spaceflight program. Well, we don't have a human spaceflight program. It's written into our national space policy. We do not do human spaceflight or exploration or launch systems. That's hence why I moved away from the awesome weather to come over here. So be very grateful in Europe. You have amazing national programs in pretty much every country. You've got the European Space Agency. You've got all of these amazing centers, the ISS control centers, and there's huge, incredible opportunities in Europe, which because you're inside it, you might not see them as quite so amazing, but from outside it is. So.
What's your recommendation?
Sorry, also one more, hold that thought. One more from Serena.
So I'm one of the people on the difficult side of the contracts, and I can tell you that, okay, that's something that you think about, but then what's important as you come here, you need to do training this morning, and there is an astronaut in front of you that needs to fly to space, so he doesn't care about your contract, he wants to know what he needs to go to space. So you need to give him the motivation of why he has to do that task this morning, why it's important for him to be able to do it in space, and you need to think about today. You need to think about this week training, or maybe next week training, because you need to develop something new. But if you think about the contract, you're not going to think about the quality of what you're doing today, which is important for the crew. Also, when you work as Eurocom, it's important that you support the astronaut when it's in space to do his job properly. So if he has a problem, so you need to think about, I need to give a good answer now. So the contract shouldn't enter in the work you do every day. At least this is my perspective.
And I have to say, I've been here for 25 years. I came here 6 months after EAC was funded, and there is not one day that I've not been excited about my job. So I've heard it all about CAT, but I'm still here.
And when we see your high interest and your strong enthusiasm, I mean, it's almost impossible for us to lose the motivation.
And sorry to cut off your question. Please continue.
What's your recommendation for team building on Earth based on your experience with working with the astronauts?
Susan?
Yeah, sorry, who asked the question? Oh, sorry, it's really hard to see. Sorry, the question was team building on Earth. What? How do we do it?
Yeah, what's like the big learning? I mean, it's like astronauts are in a unique situation. They are in a team, and it's like, what are the essential rules you have to apply or where you have to focus on to keep them motivated and to run the thing? Is it over-organizing the whole thing, or is it like, what's the magic behind a good astronaut and a good team?
Okay, so they always have their team work as part of our training, which Loredana said, we have lots of exercises. We obviously do teach them a bit of theory as well, if they want to look into it further. And then we actually put them in situations as well, and then debrief them afterwards, so they get to know more about their team. And last year we also had the Chinese astronauts came for training for the first time, so having a look at even more cultural, different cultures in the team as well, which was really enlightening for all of them. And then after that, then they go and do a more realistic analogue, such as caves. So maybe Loredana wants to talk about how they do team building in caves, but that's kind of what we do actually at EAC here.
Well, the thing is, astronauts don't need a lot to be motivated. And the place they go motivates them a lot. We also train people that go to Antarctica, and that motivates people a lot too. The only thing is that when you have to stay 9 months with the same people, isolated, you can't go away, and you have a dark environment, that starts to be more difficult. And the people that go to Antarctica don't have the same support that the astronauts have. So it's harder for us to train people that go to Antarctica to work effectively as a team than to work with astronauts. But we can take something more and tell you something more when we're discussing next door.
Yes, those guys, Susan and Loredana and Alessandro, during the tour, they're going to have a really awesome setup in the lecture halls. So you'll be able to ask them more detailed questions, and I'll show you quite a bit more of that training. Ian?
So I'd like to give a follow-up on this budget thing, but so some of you are on Twitter and are quite active in like telling us or the public about what you're doing. So are you aware that you're just not doing a simple job, but doing something very special that a lot of people are interested in what you're doing and what you're thinking about from the other perspective? And is there a certain self-motivation in telling your own story and sharing your own story?
Well, who wants to take that?
Well, I can start saying that I started Twittering because of ESA Caves. I wasn't Twittering before. It's hard because you have to do your job and Twitter at the same time. So you spend a lot of time in the evening, but it's very interesting to see that people actually love it. So it's not a motivation for me, myself, because I'm motivated by my job, but I think it's a motivation for people to know more about the inside. So that motivates me to do it, even if it's a lot of work. To me, it's motivating to see that people like to know more of the inside.
Yeah, so I started to Twitter in 2012 when I participated as support to the Nemo 16 mission, where Timothy Peake, his astronaut, was part of the crew. It was something brand new for me. I didn't know in which adventure I will go with this tweeting, but I got caught by it, and really I'm really interested in sharing this with you guys. I mean, I think it's part of our job. It's not to tell things about us, because this is not about us, but this is just to share something that is interesting for you. And we see depending on what we tweet or you react, and what is more what you look for and what you don't look for. And this is a kind of sharing experience. It's part of our job also. I mentioned the taxpayer previously, but we are paid by the European taxpayers. You are part of these guys, and this is our duty to share our experience with you if you are interested in it. But as Loredana mentioned it's something which requires time, you know, and yes, we are not paid for that.
Yeah, actually, well, only myself and Alessandro and Susan, aside from that, are, and no, Sylvia, you're on Twitter? No, sorry, and Leo is on Twitter. So, to be honest, more than half of us are not on Twitter. This is your task, possibly, for the next day and a half, is to show the rest of the team how to use it, and we can maybe share a bit more of our personal insights from work. And was there another question?
Yes. Right here. Question for Selena. What is the strangest or most unexpected thing an astronaut ever asked you or told you?
I don't know where to start. Well, the least unexpected, I can say for sure that, why do I need to do this? I don't have time, it's boring, I will never have to do it. So you start to say, okay, but if you have to do it, you need to do, because otherwise you will break something. The most unexpected usually, which is not really related to training, is every time they hear I'm an astrophysicist, an astronomer, they start asking me things about astronomy, because of course it's a way out of the training. So they start asking me about entropy, which would take longer than a lesson to explain, so it's difficult to bring them back on track. Yeah. But usually the strange questions are physics related to the equipment we are using. So that's actually the nice questions, because I'm a physicist as well, so I can answer to those sometimes better than the engineering questions.
Yes.
I want to maybe zoom back to when you guys presented yourself. We heard lunar and energy and 3D printing a couple of times. And I really want to try to motivate you guys because it's really cutting edge technology and the location, of course, and it's very much promising for the potential future of human spaceflight. So I hope that you realize that, because of your hard work and hopefully breakthroughs, that you could pave the way for the future. And I just wanted us all to think about that, and that hopefully from now on, every day, you kind of feel this responsibility a little bit. I mean, if you guys are lucky, or if you do your work hard, you really can help us all into the future. So.
Yeah, we hope so. Aidan.
Yeah, so I kind of manage the intern team that works in that area. So thank you for that vote of confidence. We're all very motivated by this potential technology, and we see a lot of really interesting spin-ins to human spaceflight. I personally hope 20, 30 years from now we'll be in a scenario where, like Captain Picard in the Enterprise, goes up, presses a button, asks for Earl Grey hot, and out it comes. That kind of iteration of technology is what I would like to see coming at the very end of all this work we're doing with 3D printing. So we're looking at it both from a production of structures for a lunar or a Martian environment, but also looking at production of tools. So whatever tools astronauts could fabricate in orbit using a 3D printer system. We're very interested in that technology and working on that here at the moment.
Just one thing to add, we're also even looking at 3D printing of food so that you would be able to, push a button, get a pancake or something like that. But basically how to put the nutrients in the right combinations and get something that's actually palatable to help with some of the logistics of just food.
All right, we have time for one, maybe two more questions. Wim?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have a question actually about space logistics. Do you develop models here for logistics in space?
Cosmo. Yes. Well, yeah, we have a position, not here. We have a position full-time in the flight controlling team called Cosmo, which is an acronym that I forgot. Columbus Organization, I don't know, Google it, sorry. Columbus Storage, yes. What did you say?
Columbus Operations Storage and Maintenance Officer.
Yes, that's right. So yeah, Cosmo. we talk in acronyms and they become words. So Cosmo is our full-time person who is responsible for the whereabouts of everything on board the station and the logistics of everything on the station. So yeah, they're based out of Oberpfaffenhofen near Munich in Columbus Control Center.
And just to add something to that, yes, we have people that are based in Torino and also with help from Bremen that take care of all the logistics. So they really start thinking about what to send to the space station, something like more than 1 year in advance. So they plan every single item that needs to be shipped, from Ziploc bags to big experiments, and they decide on which cargo vehicles they go, what is the weight, what are the properties, how it needs to be packed, does it need thick foam, thin foam, does it need this kind of packaging rather than the other one, and they take care of everything from really the packing to the delivery through customs, which sometimes is not so easy, to the delivery to Baikonur or JSC or wherever they need to send things. So it's a pretty big complex process.
Yeah, and has to be done a lot more in advance than anything you would do, even in the most complex engineering operations on rigs or in underground mine sites, which is pretty extreme. You know, if you're desperate, you can get anything from anywhere in the world in, you know, under 24 hours. To space, we have to plan our maintenance schedule way more in advance because you don't really have that option.
And just to give you a typical example, the clothes for the crews are usually ready at least 6 months in advance before the crew actually is in space sometimes. So it takes a long time to plan.
I had a question about food in space because you mentioned 3D printing, and recently they put the experiment up there, the veggie thing, where they could grow some plants. Last thing I heard, they were not supposed to eat them yet. But is there any plans to continue in that? And also the training for the astronauts, do they need to study gardening or something around those lines?
One of you guys. Hervé?
Do you know anything? Yeah. So I know there have been experiments in space using plants. One of them was executed, I think, a couple of months ago at the latest. I'm not aware of anything they have eaten so far. But yes, they do experiments all the time. So one of them was in Columbus, really, just a couple of months ago. And in the GEM laboratory, the Japanese lab, they also have other experiments on plants.
Is there any plans, like do they need to train gardening in that respect? Is that in the training, also recognizing edible food, see whether it's growing?
As far as I know, we haven't done anything here. Everything was done at NASA.
We're actually looking at starting a project in the not too distant future, looking at the production of tomato plants, growing them with a new type of system, which will simulate lunar type conditions. So we're going to host that experiment here at EAC. So that could be a potential starting point for some training activities around that.
All right, we have time for one more question, and if there is anything else before we show you something and then head to lunch. Yep, Suzanne?
I'm quite interested in 3D printing, and you're just saying, well, we are working on it, but could you say a little bit more about it? Because I only know these small 3D printers, and I don't see a whole lunar base from this small 3D printer.
Speak a little bit slower, Aidan.
Okay. Yeah, so at the moment, you're quite correct. The first generation technology is using thermoplastics, which is what you see in the stores at the moment, the basic MakerBot type 3D printers. We're interested in involving that technology. At the moment, there is a 3D printer on the space station. So they've used it it's made by a company who works with NASA called Made in Space. So they're looking at how they can use this 3D printed thermoplastics for on-orbit applications. We're very interested in that as well. They're already talking about a follow-up mission to that, follow-up experiment to a more advanced printer that can print metals and thermoplastics. So you'll have a new spectrum of materials you can use. That increases the amount of potential tools you can produce now in orbit. And very interestingly as well, you could potentially start recycling that material back into the loop. So rather than just bringing up a tool every 6 months, as was discussed, the logistics behind this is quite difficult. You can just send up a model file to your 3D printer and print it off on orbit. Use it for your task, and then recycle it back into your feedstock material. So that way you don't have to keep bringing up tools. It reduces the logistical supply here from our side. For the larger type structures like printing on the moon, we're looking at using things like concentrated solar light. So you have 14 days of sunlight on the moon and 14 days of darkness. During that sunlight period, you could essentially focus the solar light onto the regolith and sinter it into shapes. So you can start building up bricks using a 3D type printing methodology. You can also use microwaving as well in a similar technique to essentially sinter the regolith. It's a quite interesting material. It's got very unique properties, and we're interested in exploring the possibilities of what we can do with it here at EAC.
Awesome. Yes. So we're going to finish up here, and you are able to chat to us over lunch and for the rest of the day. And if you noticed this morning, at the exact moment that SpaceUp opened, we had a special greeting direct from the International Space Station. This is from Samantha. They do have internet on board the station since 2011. It's a bit like dial-up speed, but there's internet. And Sam sent us a special greeting, so yeah.
And because you work here and you won't get as excited about it as the rest of us, it's from space!
All right, so we are going to finish up.
Thank you.
One day you're really, really good. So during the week it's a lot more interesting. If you guys want to come and see the timeline here of what we look at and how we come to the station, you can see all the mission patches of all the guys. When they come back, they put up their patches themselves. So 40 and 41 do still need to go up, but Alex will do that when he gets back to Germany. But he did put up the blue dot when he came back so far already. He needs to put up the rest of them, though we've got them ready to go. This is Alex's mission patches. But these are for him to put up. And then Samantha will put up hers.
So the astronauts put their own, nobody else. Cool.
Yeah, it's their
Yeah.
right, obviously. So that's Samantha's mission patch that will go up, and her current mission, and well, the mission that just finished, 42 and 43 that she's currently on. We also have 44 ready in advance, which you're going to see like Kelly and Kolonchenko quite a lot, because yes, they're on the 1-year mission that starts now.
Why do Russian surnames not from Sweden? Like,
no, well, all the crew understand Russian, so we write it in Cyrillic. You normally write in Cyrillic. And Pedalka, who's going up, he is about to break the record for the longest ever time in space.
Isn't the one staying 1 year?
No, he's going for 6 months, but he's just been up. So
Oh, right. Okay.
So Sergey will be very sad.
Sergey Krikalev, yeah, he's going to have his record broken.
Oh, wow. How many times?
Pedalka? I don't know, as long as it's fit to go.
So he had the satisfaction taking it away from a Dave, so
Yep.
win some, lose some.
Yeah, that was just really good. It's like you go to those ones today. Yeah, so it's live. So we have the voice loops here, which is how we communicate between each other and between stations. So it's 21st century. It doesn't matter if you're in the next room or if you're in the next country. You can communicate to each other quite well. You, depending on your position on console, your login will give you access to some of the channels, and you some of them you can only listen to, and some of them, depending on your position, you're allowed to talk back on. So I have access to pretty much all of them as a Eurocom. But for example, if you're logging in as a different position, space to ground would not let you talk on it, just in case of accidents, whatever, and you wouldn't be allowed to talk to Houston flight or things like that. So we have 4 space to ground channels. How we talk to the crew, and if you change it like that, then suddenly you're going to be talking to them. So you press that button that's actually live next. Normally I keep the flight director's loop as my primary one, because we all talk to each other via the flight director's loop, so she has situational awareness of that. We have 2 S-band comms and 2 KU bands to go on the station. And as you can see, we don't have continuous coverage all the time. But yeah, we would have pretty good coverage overall. And then other positions all have their own buttons as well, and their own loops that we talk on, and we can communicate to each other like that. If you want to have a super long conversation, we have a loop for that as well, so you're not plugging up the main feed. And I don't listen to too many loops anymore because it's important that I listen to space to grounds and we don't ever miss a crew call. So I just don't listen to a lot of the science stuff now. If it's important, it'll come on the flight director loop and I'll hear it. Otherwise, I need to be concentrating on space to grounds at all times. Whereas I worked in one of the science centers for a while, and I would listen to a lot of the loops a lot more and have a lot more conversations going on in your head. So the coverage you can see on OSTVB, the KU band is the orange one, and the S band is green. So you can see we have a lot more S than KU. Sometimes we don't have pretty big gaps, depending on the beta angle, and we don't mind so much, to be honest, because these gaps is during the TDRS handover between the satellites that are above the station, and it's the only time we can get coffee or go to the toilet. So we're good with gaps. Yeah. And then the crew day, this is the crew band, so it's pretty busy. We run on GMT, and which is nice for Europe because we're only 1 or 2 hours difference. They do stuff in the morning. We don't talk to the crew in the morning. We start our day at the morning daily planning conference, which is a fixed time, and they call down and they'll do Houston, then Huntsville, then Munich, then Stuttgart, then Moscow. So there's 5 ISS control centers total. Whether we're here in Cologne or we're in Baden-Hofen, we get called Munich as Europe, the same. And then they start their day, which is usually quite busy. They have 2.5 hours of exercise every day. And within this timeline, we also have all of the payload commanding, because we can run like a lot more science than just what the crew can do, because we ground operate and control lots of things. So we work together to be able to use the station better rather than being restricted by the manpower that we have. So we can also run experiments overnight when we're sleeping and utilize the station fully like that. So it goes, they have packed stuff pretty much all day, and then we finish with this evening daily planning conference. We just like tag up about what happened that day. If we need to, usually say less in the evenings, but just in case we say something. And then they have time to wind down, and then they usually crash out about 9:30 GMT.
What do you call the room here? Is it just
the
Eurocom room?
And then the rest of the band, like I said, payload, various other payload control. I don't have too many, but you can add a lot more than this as well. And I think that's live. So that's the caution warning panel. So they've just had some cautions for the station on the American side.
I noticed the time to next cruise sleep.
Yep.
I mean, is it literally that okay? They're supposed to be to switch off the lights and go to bed now, or?
Yeah, we should.
Yeah, you should.
Well, like we don't enforce it, but.
And crew awake is the same. It's like there's an alarm that rings for all of them. And
No, they have post sleep, which is their time to get up, get ready, eat breakfast, take showers, get ready for the day, whatever. As long as they're ready by morning DPC, they can do what they like.
Wow.
And a lot of the crew are hyper motivated, to be honest, and they like do an hour and a half of exercise before morning DPC. And then we find like extra science to put in their day because we've suddenly got a chunk of time open.
Wow.
Which Wilmore did that like almost every day. A few others do that as well. Yeah. All right. That's a short view of the Eurocom room.
Cool.
And you guys are going to move on next. If you go downstairs where we had coffee and lunch to Hervé with the NDF.
Thank you. Excellent.
Thank you, Atlanta. Thank you. And if the guys are still there with Hervé, tell them to go to the training hall. To the training hall. Yeah.
Who's taking us on the NDF?
NDF is Hervé. It's
Okay.
down there already.
Because I cannot. Yeah, probably if you go to the like playground activity. Yeah, that's it. It's Hervé. Can we come in? Let's go. I don't know what the plan was. Actually. Do you want? Are you switching later? We were Eurocom and Andrea sent us down. Just wait. Okay, good.
All right.
And the purpose was just having all that stuff, and I just saw him strapped in his chair. Just lost time. Leonard.
Did you guys look at the scale models upstairs? They're pretty impressive. The scale models of the rockets. Just where the way we came through, because they're all at the same scale. And you see you've got the V2 on the left. Oh yeah. And then you go up and you've got Soyuz and you're like, oh, that's pretty big. And then you've got Saturn V and then So are the cosmonauts Russia very famous in Europe? See that especially the new generation of astronauts, they're very popular. You've got the dog in the you keep the dog after it's dead.
We're going in.
Well, I mean,
Cut it open?
yeah, and you fill it up with whatever. The actual dog there.
Like a stuffed
On display. Such a tiny, lovely dog.
Space.
You die for it though. Thanks.
Yeah, and they didn't say it at the time. They're like, yeah. So next one.
What's us? Let's go this way first. This way first. So where do we have to go?
Training hall. Training hall.
What are we doing now?
I'm looking on my Instagram. It's about this. Here. So this is typical astronaut training. This is what you receive in Houston. So it's now it's the power. So you see, this is a training that we received in Houston, where we are immersed in the floor there. You see, you have to go slowly down, and then you have a way out. And this way out is where the type of check that you are natural buoyant, in the middle of the water. When you are done with that, you go through the normal EVA. You start with getting out of the airlock. At first, when you're in this position, you have all the weight on your shoulders. Your suit is natural buoyant, but you are inverted. Right here, you can get out. And also all the blood is going in. So the training is done. They have the full space station emerged, at least the US segment. So let's focus more, because that's not too much, so let's focus more on what we have here, and I will show you the control room.
Ooh.
So this is where we monitor and control the training sequence with the truck. So what we do here, we have a bunch of cameras. There are some of them are fixed, but we have also portable cameras that are undergone by divers. We have also the helmet cameras from the astronauts, and we follow what they do through all these cameras. Here, the job to be performed. There are two persons sitting here. It's basically the medical doctor following the astronaut, and myself as instructor for the run. And here I have basically three kind of different functions. The first one is that I'm playing for the astronaut what we call the IV astronaut, so the one who is inside the space station, guiding them through the procedure. So because there are 200, 300 steps in the procedure, they don't recall everything. They are in well trained, but they need a certain point of saying, no, this next step is you do this, you go there, you connect these connectors, whatever. So, so for that, to simulate the real EVA, they need someone to play the role of the astronaut inside the space station. The second role is that the role of the instructor, because through that I have to follow if all the objectives that I want them to be trained on are fulfilled, and if there are some mistakes that are done, or if everything is okay, or whatever, for the debrief. And the third aspect is what we call the test conductor, so it's to monitor everything from a safety perspective, to make sure that there is no incident, that while we concentrate on this astronaut, there is not a diver that is in difficulty somewhere. And from all this screen, we do a kind of real-time editing where, depending on the situation, we choose some of the screens over there, we put them up on the big screens, and these big screens are recorded, and usually is one for one astronaut and the other one. There is a communication capability, so you see here this headset. So from here, I can talk to the astronauts underwater, but also the divers. They listen to us through an underwater speaker, and I can also talk to the people on deck through a different.
Und dann umdrehen, ne?
So you've got obviously your paddling instructor.
Moist in here.
All the to reply to the question, all the when we have an astronaut underwater, we have two safety divers. One astronaut. One we call him the air angel, and the other one the terror. The role of the air angel is to be always in readiness to provide air to the astronaut. So we have multiple protections, like the air supply is supplied by someone here who is taking care of
Und das wird halt nämlich auch Schuhe anziehen können.
Putting it out, then the air angel safety diver will provide the answer. There's other rules, you do that. Touch all the place, all the attachments. Then we have the camera diver. The one filming some of my eyes on the water, and there's a buddy. So two guys who are small. Yeah, let's come closer. So you see it's very warm here. The temperature of the water is 29, because otherwise it gets too cold after some hours, even if an open suit for the divers. And the temperature of the hole is at a higher temperature, so that we avoid to warm up the hole with the water. For what you want to do, from the community, but for what you want to do. You want them to prepare the airlock before hatch opening and the airlock. This structure we call it the double beam. It's a kind of structure where you have this where you train the astronaut to change their body orientation, to change the plan of their MBA, and the transition path to be complex, so that they have to learn how to move around.
Control their body.
Complex structure. They can also go inside, so that we can simulate working on a confined environment. And let's say, for instance, a kind of piece of the main thrust of the space. The functionality that is. We put them in the water together with the train. It's a day of work.
Not only if the train.
Only the train. This water has chlorine and so on.
Yeah. Okay.
The main trouble, you got start, we do on purpose, put them under pressure, a little bit like that we do in the real suit, so that the brain goes to the limit. And the first thing that happened, that you lose something in space. So you do all the work and suddenly you unload something and say, oh my god, it's not attached to me. It's lost, you still have it in the end, but for us it's, hey, lost in space. Or you do something, you are no more attached. In that case, we can even ask the divers, if they see that, to take the guys and to figure it out. Once, at the beginning, they use mistakes. Anyway, you cannot do anything so complex that they have to do the mistakes. We prefer that they do the mistakes here, they will record, and when they go to YouTube, they are much better.
Some of them already, or all of them already have a lot of padding experience.
Yeah. yeah, normally it's not mandatory in the astronaut selection. Of course, it's set. Again, when you take 10,000 guys and you narrow down to guys, I don't know.
It's still different because you have the big gloves and all that, the bulky stuff. It's not so easy to something.
In the frame of the basic training, we have to give them the certification, give them additional training, and we train for the rescue. You can touch the water if you want. So the body temperature is at 37. Yeah, be careful with him. Yes. Okay. Let's go that way. You don't realize that. How deep rate is 10 liters per minute, so it's lower than the minimum commercial requirement. After the dive, they have to stay there for 10 minutes for observation, and I told you all the stuff, so this week. You come from the commercial diving environment, these guys are crazy. Training astronauts. Yeah. And then, so that means that all the guys that work with it, they have to be trained specifically, they have to very, quite some time to reach the right level of safety and certification. For each position, we have a specific training. Is it the same across Houston and yes, sometimes.
Merci.
Yeah, recently they switched to docking. So if we move on.
Mein Holland Energiemini.
So there's still a group in the Columbus market, but we have to wait. Yeah, sorry. This is the training hall. Not just the ESA astronauts, but all the international partner astronauts will come here for training on Columbus systems, payloads, experiments, anything to do with Columbus. Training's done here. Along this side, we've got all the classrooms for all the different activities that go on Columbus. So, for example, the physiology modules, biological experiments, and the fluid science. These are just some of the laboratories inside the Columbus. Here we have the ATV, the Automated Transfer Vehicle. This is Europe's cargo contribution for the ISS. Was. There was 5 built, I think, from 2008, and the last one was deorbited this year. Yes, 2 months ago, very recently.
In case you haven't noticed, in your swag bag there's an ATV t-shirt. It's vintage now.
Hold on to that. So, but the project isn't completely dead. The service module of the new Orion capsule, at least for the next test mission, will be heritage from the ATV. So the technology lives on to a new project. We can take a look inside actually. So. Yeah. This is a one-to-one engineering model of the ATV. So it's the only surviving ATV currently, since the other 5 went up in orbit. The ATV was used to transport air, water, payloads, and other supplies to the astronauts in the ISS. Could take a maximum of 8 tons. So it was the biggest transfer vehicle, cargo vehicle. The other ones being the Progress, the Russian Progress, the Japanese HTV, and now there's the American commercial vehicle that's on the ISS. Maybe you can.
Yeah, is is the payload also inside the key?
Yeah, it's on inside. This is the pressurized compartment, yes. So back here is the fuel for the ATV itself.
Yes.
And
But it will be full.
Yeah, there's everything. Here, now. Again, on the floor, there's up and here.
But
you can
it's
see.
really nicely.
Yeah, and they use labels.
Okay.
They use labels to see what's useful for them, and this is waste. This label is for waste, so they put just waste there.
Yeah. When it goes back.
Yeah, and yeah, they use this a tank for water, and Yeah, there is this pipe here. It's for air pressure coming from the station. So there's a plant here, which is.
Den musst du liegen lassen. Liegen. Muss da bleiben.
Question: when they were packing it with garbage, right? Were they packing it nicely like this, or were they just putting the whole thing?
I don't know this. I think they pack nicely actually because they have to keep as much as waste possible. They don't just trade.
So they have to spend hours packing it nicely to be destructive.
You cannot pack it in zero gravity. That's the problem. So it's probably better to put it in a bag.
Yeah,
and then
I guess
put
you're
it
right.
in.
I guess you're
Yeah.
right.
Otherwise,
Yeah, of course.
But I'm sure that in the end, before closing, they're just throwing it down like this.
Close the door.
We can go to the Russian section.
Oh, es dürfen nur 6 rein. Das musst du mal aus dem Weg gehen.
I feel seriously.
Just to make sure.
Yeah, just to make sure, because Russian girls usually.
Ha! I know that guy.
You can come inside.
Again, this place is full of again.
So yes, this is the Russian part, as you can see from the colors they use. They use this kind of color. And this is where they sit, the astronauts sit when they are docking the ATP. One astronaut sits here and is controlling this stuff, and one astronaut sits there and is on that computer. And on that side of the ATP there is a camera which is connected by telemetry to this screen, and they use like kind of crossing system to point and try to dock precisely using this kind of stuff. And this is the control panel. It's all automated docking, so they just stay here and watch.
Okay,
but
if
if something goes wrong, like the ATV is going to hit the station, they can abort it in 2 ways. There is this button, which is the escape button. They press it, and there is like some thrusters are working to avoid the collision. And using this button is nicer because they can retry to dock after maybe 1 orbit or 2 orbits or 1 day. And if this doesn't work, the escape button, they use the panic button, like this one, the abort button.
The red button.
What's the difference?
Don't panic.
Yeah, this button is working with the normal computers of ATV. If this doesn't work, they use this because this one is connected to a computer which is doing just one thing, is aborting the connection. And when they press this, everything goes down, and they have to restart from ground everything. So it takes longer to redock. Yeah.
It sort of reminds me of Galaxy Quest. Only have one job on this freaking ship.
Yeah. Stage it, they have it in English too.
Yeah, I was noticing that actually. Yeah.
Because everything is in Russian, like in the Soviet. Here they have English.
So they really do put the transparent screen?
No, I think it's just
Aha.
Mr. Tsiolkovsky,
Similar
father of
similar to the
equation.
covering of the ATV, actually. Do you know the material? No.
Ha 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 ha. Oh. The Thomas.
Okay, let's move on. Yes.
No, it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's obviously not the real. Yeah, it looks quite nice, isn't it? Actual food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Especially since they had to before spend 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, exactly.
More or less, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is our European training Soyuz facility. Obviously not the real equipment, but it's as good as we can get it for basic training. So the buttons are all there, but they're simulating on screen rather than the actual hardware. And it's good to get an initial training, just as the MDF here. We don't use the actual spacesuits, but it's good preparation for the training. Some extra space here with like a toilet facility and other things, and the Soyuz would dock to the ISS through here. So right now, they usually the launch and the docking, the time between usually takes something like 6 hours. Yep. Previously, it was 2 or 3 days. So imagine spending 2 or 3 days in this amount of space. It gets to know the other astronauts quite well. Yeah. Now we'll move on, and hopefully they'll be finished in the Columbus mock-up. Still waiting for them to be finished. If you've got any questions on the training, then Serena will be pleasant to ask.
They have a standard. They always have where also they try to use it because they have to know where. Because yeah, someone is saying then like it's there. So if you don't have any top, left, right.
In space. Anyway, guys, I'd like to go to the next stage. If you follow me, follow her. Okay. Ready without body. It's okay. I'll survive this. Ready? No, it's a little worse before we go in.
Habe ich ja schon angeschaut.
This is positioning principle, so this is where we have the docking port for the dragons and for our dogs, and also HTV multi-dogs here. So out here we have HTV docking. It's another docking port. On the front over there, imagine the station is moving in this direction, so this is the direction of flight. Over there we still have the shuttle docking. So imagine the shuttle with the nose up, attached there, and that's the channel to the shuttle. On this side, we have the Japanese module. This is the gen. That's actually on the vacuum cleaner. I wish I could do the same at home.
Makes it much more fun.
It would be fun. On this side, we have Columbus. This is the European module. We are going to go inside in a second. I just wanted to show you a couple more things in Noctu. On that direction, you'll find the US flag. And then if you keep going, you have the Russian module. Okay. And then down here, I just wanted to show you this. There is one up here, one in this direction, one on the deck that we don't have, and one on the side here that we don't have. These are the crew quarters. So this is where the crew sits, and you can have a look inside. This is really their private space. So it's where they sleep, where they do whatever they need to do when they want to be by themselves. They just lock themselves in, and that's a really private space. It's not very big, as you can see, but they can attach their sleeping bag and be private, be on by themselves. They can have their private laptop, which they can use to talk to the ground, talk to their families, and so on. Of course, they can have anything from mirrors to clothes to whatever else they want. There are 4 crew quarters here, so 4 of the 6 astronauts live here, and 2 of them sleep in the Russian module, in the service module, Russian side. Of course, these are the most wanted crew quarters because Noctu is much more quiet than the Russian segment. So it's fun to sleep. So one of the Russians is here, and 2 of the Russians. This is one of the, well, it's more or less a piece of it. It's one of the exercise machines. And as you know, they have to do a lot of exercise every day, something like 2 hours a day of exercise to maintain good form, good physical form. And of course, exercise machines, they're mostly not free and in the Russian one. Okay, so if you want, follow me into Columbus and we can have a look at the European module. That's a door in the walk-up, not in the real station. Okay. Of course, you can take pictures. Just don't take souvenirs. Right, so this is the European module. This is where we have most of the European experiments, most of the European racks. And this is where we really want the European crew members, especially as everybody has to work on our particular experiments for Europe. So, if you look around, you have the floor, which looks more or less like a floor, and this is what we want because it gives them an idea of a direction. And then we have on the sides most of the experiments, and on the ceiling, one more experiment. So if we start on this side, on this rack, we have the European magnetic levitator that in the second position, one and then one. And it's really nice because finally working. This is another European module. This is the European physiology module. Here we have theoretically physiology experiments, but right now the experiment that we just installed 6 months ago is a plasma crystal 4, which is a Russian experiment about plasma. How to create crystals from plasma. Very interesting. It's not very linked to physiology, but it's a good way to use the rack.
How to create crystals from plasma.
they form crystals in a plasma. From the plasma, probably not, but
Yeah,
this
okay.
is in a plasma.
Nice.
So they've been running these experiments in Russian models for many years, and this is the fourth generation of the instruments which has been installed in Columbus. So this is actually the first time the Russian crew members are working in Columbus.
Yeah, that's why I want to ask.
Yeah.
It looks like Russians are not allowed and all the experiments run by Europeans.
Yes, so most of the times the Russians work in the Russian segment and the European Americans and Japanese work on this side. But nowadays we are starting to strengthen the collaboration between the Japanese, the Europeans, the Russians, and the Americans. So we try to have them working in every module. So plasma crystal is a very good start because we had Russian crew members installing it in Iraq in the first place. They did all the training here in Europe. They will keep having the training here in Europe. And the Russian crew members will be operating the experimental work. So this is a very first step, and it's very nice that it was the European Space Agency to take it forward.
So it's like really the very first experiment that is like common.
So ESA had other experiments running in the Russian segment, but it's the first time that Russian crew members have been working in the European US segment, yes. And soon there will also be more collaborations because the Americans and the Europeans exchanged the fact that Russians are going to perform American medical experiments as subjects mostly, and in exchange for that, Russian crew members will finally perform some activities in the American sector, including Columbus. We are trying to understand what we can make them do, so what kind of maintenance activities, for example, on water loops and so on.
And they don't do it.
Right now they don't, but in the near future they will start working on it.
So if there's a problem in a Russian module, only a Russian can fix it. And the same
Yes.
as
Yes, right now, if it's a problem here, it needs to be a Columbus specialist. If it's a problem in the Russian segment, it's going to be a Russian. If it's a problem in the Japanese, it needs to be a Japanese specialist. Japanese specialist doesn't mean Japanese national, somebody that received training on this.
That's why all the ESA astronauts are trained in Jackson.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why we train also the Japanese astronauts, sometimes a specialist, sometimes not, sometimes.
And the equipment, for example, for a specific experiment, since it's run by Russians, but in European module, does the equipment meet?
But Russians, but Russians. But it's not a very complex story because it was made by the Russians, but it was brought to orbit by the Russians in the progress. It was installed by the Russians with the support of a European center, in particular a French center. For this one, it was Cologne. So, you know, we have several European user support centers in Europe, and this is the responsibility of the French user support center. So sometimes it becomes pretty complicated to have Russian scientists dealing with the French, which need to deal with the flight control team in Germany, which need to talk in English to the Russian astronauts, which sometimes are not very fluent in English. So it's a very interesting combination and challenge. Yes. Sometimes we ended up, when we saw the experiment, also having a Russian-speaking flight director helping with the installation because sometimes in English it wasn't that way. They receive language sometimes is challenging. It's useful to know some Russian if you work in the space program.
I always wonder why they don't really.
They learn English, and some of them speak it very well, and some of them don't. And sometimes, for example, we do training with the Russians. Sometimes we have the interpreters, but sometimes you really need to pay attention to what the interpreters are translating, because the interpreters come for training many times, so sometimes they know, or they think they know, and they translate, and sometimes they translate wrong. So sometimes it's really nice to speak a little bit of Russian, just to say, no, that's actually different from what you just said.
It's very important to realize that they
sometimes. So it's very interesting to have Russian crew members in training with an interpreter, because at some point you don't know if you're trying to train the interpreter or Russian or who's paying more attention. If you're asking questions, sometimes you really need to pay attention if it's a crew member answering or the interpreter, because sometimes it's the interpreter answering for the crew member. So it can be interesting to find this kind of balance.
Do the Japanese astronauts also come here?
Yes. Yes. The Japanese are usually very good with English.
Oh, yeah?
Because basically the Japanese, when they select the astronauts, they send them to Houston for most of the trainings. So they really spend years in Houston before they come to Cologne. So when they come, their English is, I would not say flawless, but very good. Language, they don't need it. And experienced Russian crew members usually speak English better than you.
Really?
Yes, especially if they had already 6 or 12 months on the space station, some of them are
These astronauts and other astronauts all learn Russian as well. No?
Yeah, all our astronauts and all the Americans have to learn Russian at least for minimum level. Because of course, keep into account, they all fly with the Soyuz.
Yeah.
So it's very important, especially if they are second pilots of the Soyuz, not the commander, but the second pilot. They need to speak some Russian because they need to understand what they're doing. Training is in Russian, and so all of them study Russian. So, for example, Samantha is extremely good with Russian. She lived in Russia a little bit, so she's very good with Russian. She understands.
She's good with Russian. She's good with every language.
Russian, English, German, Italian, of course.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah. So some of them struggle a little bit more, but in general they all speak. You speak Russian?
a little bit,
A little bit. Probably more than me, but I'm learning.
maybe. I learned it in school, but it's a long time ago.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you.
Don't you have issues with because when you practice here, if you practice a Russian experiment in the Columbus module, it needs to be the Russian equipment that will be used for the experiment in space. Don't you have issues with importing or exporting equipment, particularly equipment like this, sensitive equipment?
So I can tell you that right now the equipment for the plasma crystal wasn't the biggest issue. I know that the biggest issues they have for importing and exporting stuff with Russia for launching in Baikonur is actually food. Because there is the embargo for special food, for foods between America and Europe and Russia.
Yeah.
So the biggest trouble is to bring food from Europe to Moscow to be then shipped to Baikonur because of this food embargo. So it's more likely that we can bring an experiment that we can bring your classical lasagna.
Food is
Politics.
vacuum.
Yes. So imagine last year when the orbital module exploded and they had to bring more food, they had to put it on SpaceX because bringing it to the Progress to Baikonur would have been much more problem.
Oh, Elon's happy.
That's why you need more than one reactor.
This is why, for example, international troubles, like right now we are having, are a problem.
Russian feed is very good.
The Russian food is very good, which is why we were saying, okay, if we cannot ship American food, guys, you will live with Farah, and it's not a big
It's a
deal.
Russian food, no problem.
I mean, the Russians are very happy with it, so you can live with it too. But, yeah. Definitely food. You know, everybody likes their burgers or tvarak or whatever they like, so they all prefer that. For example, when Luca had his space food, he had all these Italian things made on purpose for him, and everybody on the station was happy to share. And it was really good. Now we were all in Samantha's bringing all this probiotic food, and we are all wondering how many people are.
But she also got an espresso machine.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's right.
Yeah.
They designed a special one, right?
But you know, when I lived in the US, people were always saying espresso is too small. You don't face it. They need something big. But it's
No, it's on the contrary. You really taste it. It does not last like a long.
So we spend a lot of time, but not in this module, in the other training module. We're training with
This looks a little bit different, probably, huh?
It looks a little bit different because these, of course, all the panels look like it, but they're fake. You cannot do anything with them. In the other module, we have the equipment. Especially what we have that you don't see here is the equipment below the floor, because this is the system equipment. So, for example, we have the water pumps, we have the air conditioner, and we do a lot of maintenance of those. So we train a lot of stuff. Okay. Also, the water pump. I do the water pump, for example, the air conditioning. What you don't see here, well, we have a fake. We have video cameras. We also spend time showing them how the video cameras work, where they're connected, and other equipment. And this is also something we don't see.
How many hours are scheduled experiment?
Hours. Every experiment is basically, they have a different amount of time schedule. So it could be anything between, sometimes it's literally 5 minutes, maybe several hours. I can tell you that we have one maintenance activity coming up in Columbus, which is a replacement of a valve, of a water valve, and that replacement is scheduled for something like 7 to 8 hours. So some activities are literally fill a questionnaire, 5 minutes, others are. And for example, there are experiments like the triple lux, which we're running right now in Biolab, that you need to take the samples from the freezer, let them thaw at this particular temperature for that many hours, and then you need to take that piece of the experiment, put it in the centrifuge, or take it from the centrifuge, put it in the fridge. So sometimes you also have waiting.
Are you doing the science training as well, or
I do mostly the systems training.
So the scientists won't train the astronauts?
No.
It's only done by ESA staff?
ESA contract.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Do they always get to train on the scientific experiment before it goes up? Or
ideally, yes. So, unfortunately, lately, some experiments have been running late with the preparation. So it does happen that maybe they get training for the experiment, but maybe not with the final version of the procedures or the final operational concept. So there are some. In case they don't get all the training on ground, we can always provide onboard training. And so they will get anything from a presentation to something to really sometimes a video to show how to perform the experiment. But 90%, 95% of the time, they will get training.
That's still a huge issue with our Mars analogs, to get the time to train for the experiment. But we do also science experiments which are done by different organizations, and then the analog astronauts has to conduct it. But find the time to train them and get the procedures right so that everybody understands the same thing. It's not so easy.
But one thing to say is that if we have time to train on ground, 3 hours of training on ground costs how much? If we have to spend 3 hours training on board, crew time is extremely expensive and extremely valuable. So anything that is done on board, training-wise, it needs to be fast, efficient, short, to the point. Because you cannot waste 1 hour for training on board. Unless it's, of course, docking, undocking, this kind of pretty much more robotic operations, because it's safety. But if it's just an experiment, you don't have. Okay. I'll let you go to your next station.
Thank you very much.
Thank
you.
It was very interesting. And I'll see you around.
Thanks.
See you on site. Yeah, I'm around today.
It's really good.
I know, it's not good.
And then you'll go on to the team.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ja, och lite
Okay, then we can start. I'll kick it off this time. So, spent most of your morning in this lobby, so you've probably seen a lot of the exhibits for the things we point out. First of all, we've got these scale models of all the launchers. So we have the Ariane, the shuttle, and the Soyuz model. They're all 1 to 20 scale. And the space station model above us as well is also for the same scale, so you can actually see the different sizes of the different launchers.
Like the shuttle in the station?
Same scale. Wow. So you see like the cargo capacity of the shuttle, how you can actually get those modules into orbit and actually assemble the space station.
Yes.
At the back of the station is the ATV, the European ATV, the 4 solar panels there.
Yeah.
You guys are probably inside the mock-up for your training. What looks like in the Ariane launcher before the fairing is decoupled is that gold tinfoil cutaway section there. So the ATV, it's supplies cargo to the space station and also acts as uses its engines to actually raise the orbit of the space station. It builds up drive over time and it lowers the orbit, so use that for reboosting. It's also a very expensive trash can. Once they're finished with the experiments aboard the space station, they throw it into the ATV and send the ATV down on its terminal voyage into the atmosphere. If you're looking at the space station, the direction of travel is towards the door. So in front of the space station where the European module is, Columbus is to the right there, and to the left of that is Kibo, which is the Japanese science module as well. I won't talk too much about Columbus because you're inside the mock-up already, but you can see a good mock-up of the Columbus module there and the different payload racks, etc., which can be interchanged to do different science depending on mission requirements. Also towards the back here we have the cutaway of the Soyuz module, so the orbital and command module sections are cutaway so you can see inside them. In front of the orbital module there's an astronaut floating there who actually has they modelled Alexander Gerst's face onto it. This was commissioned around about the time of this flight, and apparently in the actual the artist also put his face onto one of the cosmonauts. So nice scale model of the actual Soyuz module. Crump, as you can see as well. Want to talk about the spacesuit?
Yeah, so you may have seen when you came in the Sokol suit there at the front. That's the actual Sokol suit that Sigmund Jähn wore. He was the first European to fly in space. 1978, back when Germany was separated, he East Germany, and he flew with the Soviets. And that is the actual suit that he wore, which is quite an honor for us to have here. And a couple things that you might notice, even from here you can tell that he wasn't the tallest person in the world. And in fact, the whole case is about 10 centimeters off the ground at the moment from where his feet are located. He was a shorter man, but he was approximately the exact same height as Yuri Gagarin. So the Russians designed their capsules and their launch and entry vehicles typically in line with people of a little bit smaller stature because of the way that they have their landing with the seat is a very important part with the seat liner, shock absorber when they land, so they want people of a certain size that fit into the system, safety. So that is one of the limiting factors in astronaut selections if you're going to fly with the Soyuz system. Your seated height is a major anthropometric consideration to being assessed.
Paolo Nespoli was
So Paolo Nespoli and Andre Kuipers are obviously tall as men, and they have a large seated height. Challenge to try and make sure that they fit into the dimension.
Didn't Sigmund Jähn hurt his back really badly when he landed?
I don't know specifically. I can't answer just because I don't know. I don't want to speculate.
I think I read about it, that he still has problems.
There are people that have some back pain while landing, and it takes a little while just for me to that's been longer one.
Other interesting things here are the European Space Agency, the map of the infographic, which shows the actual budgetary allowance for ESA. Member states pay ESA's budget, and they expect what's called a rapid return on investment. So for every country that invests into ESA, we expect an equal return on that investment in terms of industrial contracts to companies in that country, personnel, or research contracts, etc. So every country that invests gets an equal amount back out. So it keeps all member states happy in ESA. Also, another interesting thing is just behind the Columbus module, we have the photo gallery of all the Europeans who've flown in space. Interesting enough, the color coding of the frames is on purpose. So blue means that they have they are former European astronauts. The silver means that they are current European astronauts and have flown. White means that they are current European astronauts but have not yet flown. So there needs to be a little update because there's a few names there that have to be shuffled around. And there's one frame as well that's in black, which represents an accident where one of the astronauts lost their lives. So,
the other interesting thing up on the top floor here, you see all the different mission patches and logos that we have. One of the very first things that a crew does when they're selected to fly together as a team building experience is to get together and form their mission patch or logo. And what they will do is try and incorporate all the different elements of their mission that they think are important and represent what they're going to accomplish. And so every single color, brush stroke, star, burst, anything on there is by design. Nothing is left to chance. You can always go online and look up the different mission logos, and you can get a great detailed explanation about what everything represents. And so it's always interesting to see the different kind of cultural influences on the patches. So you can tell the more American themed patches for missions with the red, white, and blue, and the shuttle and the eagle, for example. Obviously, Raw America, I can say that because I'm American. And then the Europeans tend to have a little bit more flair and creativity and color involved in the patch. And being able to have both sides to show the two different aspects. But this is not all of the missions. Of what we have, and they're kind of sprinkled throughout the buildings. You might see some of the different floors, different areas. There's always a lot of pride associated with the mission patch or your logo. And people will often have those in stickers and handouts and patches.
So, have we any questions or?
Do you know where the shuttle docked? Which? Yeah. So this in between the Columbus module and the model.
So at the front, yeah. All right, and so with it's got its re-entry shield facing forward.
As we see pictures of the picture that Margot took when he took the Soyuz out for a roundabout. See the shuttle actually docked in front of the station.
And the two Soyuz, so there's one for cargo and there's one for escape, is that right?
Well, there's depending on the number of crews. So there's always one Soyuz per 3.
Yeah.
And in this example, there are 2, but I think one is actually meant to be a progress.
Okay.
But you would always have one Soyuz for every 3 flying.
I just can't believe that the shuttle is escaped.
It's for me, I didn't even know that the first several years I worked here, and then one day someone told me, and I went, oh wow, that is really amazing. And you start to get a sense of relative scale and how big the shuttle was, and it's just it was a very necessary component to be able to take all the required contours of it.
Well, no further questions. We can send you on to the caves exhibit, which you just go through those 2 double glass doors there. And
thanks very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. Good luck.
No, the docking adapter would be behind the payload bay doors,
so it,
just around
so it
there.
docks like this.
Yeah.
With the under the shuttle facing.
Yeah.
Well, if you see that.
Which is the, do you know which is the American module? The part that's
The American starts at the black thingy that's bent to the right. That's the American and European. The one
European
facing,
is here,
yeah,
right?
this is
Japanese
Columbus,
over there.
Japanese over there.
And this is American?
This is American, and then there's the Russian part, and then ATV at the end.
So the Russian part starts at the black bit,
Yes.
and all of that is the Russian.
This is Russian. Yeah. But as we learned, some of the Russian parts are actually American and European built because of the decline of the Soviet Union. So the international community, you know, paid because they wanted to keep the international cooperation still running.
The Russian section is really big. Yeah.
To the caves? Of course.
You want a photo next to the suit?
Okay.
We're checking the auditorium. What do you want to do?
Caves. They told us to go to caves.
I don't know. So this.
I think they said up, right?
Yeah.
There's a sign.
Okay.
Looks like down. It looks like down.
Over there.
Yeah. Always trust the organizers.
We'd like to get more time to get everything out. Yeah, we need unless you're having coffee, are you still having coffee breaks? Coffee breaks. I don't mind, it's just that everything can come out because there's lectures in here.
I mean, at least we have to remove things from here. We take it, after this one is finished, right? There is no other tour.
Tour should be finished.
With this one. No, I said like this is the last group.
Oh yeah, but that I think so. Yes.
Okay. All right. So we get this group, but then after this group, we'll quickly take things out. But I think we will need at least. Yeah. Well.
20 minutes.
No, I'm saying like if we're now doing 10 minutes, it means like 5-2.
The last slot of the auditorium was not taken, I think.
So
maybe can move down.
If you can move it down, it would be good because then we have at least 15 minutes. Okay, let's start. So, that's a very small group. Yes. All right. So yes, this here what we're talking about is well maybe then we can do it all together because then it's maybe what we are working in here is training teams to work safely and effectively in extreme environments. And we're talking about 3 types of teams. One is the flight control team, and there are some tools that we use for training them. The people that go to Antarctica for 9 months in isolation, and then astronauts, and working with them on caves. So I think since you're a small team, maybe you can still come up and get closer, but then Susan will start talking to you about the flight control team. And it's
full now, but I think we're going to anyway, but so.
Okay. So Susan will start talking to you about the flight control team in Antarctica, and then we come on with.
Okay. So yeah, we teach the flight control team. We normally only have them for about 3 days, but then an extra 2 days we do a console a day, for example, and a simulation room you see as well. So the simulation officers they also have days they have to then have more skills in actually observing their team as well. So some of the things we teach, like communication, teamwork, situation awareness, decision making. They come to us, they will have an introductory icebreaker session, and then we start teaching them a little bit of theory. We also have a couple of questionnaires so they can find out more about themselves, so their communication style and their teamwork style, which they always find quite enlightening. And then we'll actually get into some more practical activities. So one of the things we do is called Tangram. And this is a communication exercise. So we'll have one person nominate themselves to be the astronaut, and they have to sit behind the screen so they can't see the rest of their team, and the rest of the team are the flight control team. And the astronaut has to build a very specific shape that the flight control team know and they can see in their book, but that the astronaut can't see. So the flight control team say, astronaut has to build this shape, and the astronaut has to build it with that, they can't see each other. So that's when communication becomes really important. So they have to think of what voice protocol are they going to use. They have to be really clear and concise. They have to organise their team like a flight control team with a Eurocom, and that's the only person that can talk to the astronaut. And so they're all, bombarding them with information. There's some really key skills that we would have taught them earlier on and would become very important. That's just one activity. And then at the end of each day, they then get to play on computer simulation, which they love. So this is called Interlab, and they get into 2 teams, and then each team has a main deck and a support deck. And again, the first session is a lot about communication because the screens are back to back, so they can't see the other deck. And so again, they have to be really careful of how they're communicating, the roles that they have, what they're communicating. With, they're using the phonetic alphabet, for example, like that. And then each day it gets more and more difficult. So then they have more screens they have to deal with. They have to start deploying satellites. They have to start going around better using their map, making sure they're avoiding asteroid fields and things like that. You start the demo.
That's really cool.
Yeah, they love it. They would spend all week, I think, just on computer simulation.
It sounds like computer game.
But that gets really excellent.
You get
What are the asteroids? I know I had to deploy that.
So I don't know how well you can see the screens, but they have like the main task to maintain the energy, and then if they keep coming up with information and jobs they have to do, and then suddenly the alarms start going off, so you turn the volume right down, but it's really loud normally, and then they start getting really stressed. And yeah, Alessandro was one of our participants, and he knows all about it.
When they finish, they go.
It's really high intensity.
Yeah, but enjoyable. And then Loredana and I have the great task afterwards of debriefing them on all their communication and how well it might or might not have gone, and all their teamwork and agreements and rules they might or might not have broken. So then they again obviously learn a lot about themselves there. So that, as I said, is the flight control team, very basically what they do, and then for the additional 2 days for the Eurocoms and our instructors here as well. Then we have the Concordia team. So as Loredana said, they go to Antarctica. So they go there about November time with the summer campaign of around 80 people. And so there's 80 people there, also looking at the logistics, doing some science, etc. But then about February time, so a couple of weeks ago, then some team left, and you've got just the 14 main winter rover Concordia crew. So there's half of them are Italian, half French, and then we have an Eastern medical doctor, British, or the last 2 years he was Greek. And so they then have to come together as a team, and then you've got scientists, and you've got guys maintaining the base as well, all-important cook. So they come to us around October time, obviously before they go to Concordia, and we have them for a week, and again, team building becomes really important, and management is something else we'll teach them, and again, communication, different cultures, etc. So yeah, and then they keep in contact with us, and then the crew that have just been there, coming back in June for their debriefs, and we get to hear all about it, their issues, etc. They've had to improve our training for the next October. Just very quickly, basically what we do. So that's Loredana and myself that teach that, and then Loredana does some more realistic, analog training as well.
Yeah, this is Kate. That's the last crew in 2014. We also train astronauts with the same tools. So we do the computer simulation and the basic training of the astronauts. And but we then take astronauts in different environments. So since a couple of years, we don't have the shuttle training anymore, the shuttle flights anymore. So astronauts get to be selected, train, and then go to space for 6 months. And they never have a chance to actually work together as a team and live together as teams
in a extreme environment before they go to space. So we have some analog environment, and caves is one of those analog. A cave is a very dark environment. It's an external environment. Astronauts are not used to staying in caves. They don't know how to move in there. So for them, it is a stressful environment, and it's very realistic. What they do there is realistic. It's not just a game. So they are there. They have to do science. They do real science. We have actually published results. We have found new science, new species for science, new species for the cave. We have very interesting results on microbiology. We have very interesting results on the microclimate of the cave itself, on the wind pattern. So they do real things, and they have to create real map of the cave. So at the end of the week, they have to report back to science. We have 1 week of training. They learn how to live in a cave. And by the way, moving in a cave is requiring, when you're moving in a vertical or in difficult areas, requiring you to use the same protocol as you use in EVA. So you have to double tether, you have to have all the equipment tethered to yourself. You make a mistake, you fall, you die. So you know that this is not something you want. And you don't want to lose the equipment, because if you have your glove and you leave your glove somewhere where you actually have worked, you go away, you don't see anymore. A cave is very dark. Unless you have your equipment and your light on, and by the way, you have to have double lights, because if your light fails, you want to have the second light with you, and very, very easy to handle, because you cannot change a battery without light, and you won't see anything in a cave. If there is not even a dim light unless you're there with your. So it makes you very conscious of how important it is that you follow all the safety. So then what we do is we train them for a week on how to move in a cave, how to do science, how to operate equipment, how to use cameras and flashes to paint the cave, because if you are not, sorry, this is Antarctica now, if you're not having light, you will not be able to see anything. So you have to use very special techniques. After this week, they go into a cave for 6 days, and they have to now, as a team, move in the cave, live at campsite, and then every day they have to explore. We are with them for safety reasons, because they are not allowed to break the cave, and they might hurt themselves if they go into the wrong areas, but pretty much we don't interfere with them. The only thing we do is that in the evening, we debrief them. So we make sure that they debrief on anything they have done, because if they've done something that caused troubles in terms of affecting health or safety, we want to make sure that they actually debrief. And they debrief the experienced astronauts that are with them, tend to tell them, you know, we did the same thing on space station, so that's a technique that you can use, and the same thing happened when we were flying. So they learn, they act as mentors for the new guys. I think now Alessandra's telling me something about the operations that they're actually using.
So in the case, they said that they do these team activities, they do science, and they are tasked for a lot of different things throughout the day. So in order to do that, to do these operations, you need documentation, you need tools, and you need physical devices. The most important thing for them, anyway, even in the 21st century, is paper, because it's reliable, doesn't break, but still, caves are very humid and dark and nasty environment, so we need special paper. And we have 2 of them, actually. That one is kind of plastic, it's real plastic, and actually printing it is a nightmare, especially with the laser printer, because all the sheets stick together. But the other one is just regular paper with a coating.
So it can get wet, and it's no problem.
Yeah,
that you can
Actually, the plastic one you can take underwater, we also use it in the pool.
Okay.
And the format of the documents, we try to be as close as possible to the one used on the International Space Station.
The other one is filled with, they're also waterproof.
And so they have a timeline for the day. They have a list of equipment that they actually bring into the cave, so they make sure they're not forgetting important things, and so on. Last year we tried to bring some technology in that, and we wanted to replicate the documents with these devices. On these tablets, for instance, we wanted to have the timeline
and also the maps that you can navigate and go through. And you can also play a little bit. And to download the data from some of the devices, like the one used to perform the survey of the cave, which is one of the most important activity. We have these nice things that you can use to. These ones are the most resistant ones.
Nice.
And then, okay, we have the regular networks that nobody cares.
But it's the most effective.
But it's actually the most effective, so I can show it to you as well.
Because it has a keyboard, and you can use it as usually you use your computer.
Exactly. Something you will really miss with that is the keyboard, which is in the cave, darkness, like tired in the evening.
Tapping with 10 fingers is.
Yes, it's always that.
And
That one.
And tapping with technology, the server, which is the Raspberry Pi.
And that's in fact the next step, because there are also instruments that collect data throughout the whole mission and also before. And we want to collect those data and at the end of the day, gather all the data from all the devices on a centralized server, which is this nice little thing. Have you ever seen a Raspberry Pi?
Yes.
But this is a Raspberry Pi.
With battery.
With battery.
But you don't transmit it to a mission support or mission control center?
Yes, in fact we do.
Okay.
Because, we do. That's the idea at least. When everything is collected on this one, data are automatically copied onto a USB drive, which is then brought outside to the.
But we don't transmit by cable.
Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, Wi-Fi, we are actually 700 meters into the cave with a lot of rock.
Yeah.
So Wi-Fi doesn't work. We have, the only thing that we have in there is a telephone cable.
Ah, okay.
But then we talk, pretty much.
Yeah.
But we don't transmit data.
Okay.
Data could be transmitted at very, very low, but very low speed. The only thing is that, in fact, in order, this is a real cave, it's not a show cave.
Yeah.
So in there, the only thing that is steadily installed is this cable, because we installed it.
Yeah.
But if other cables go in, they would break it.
Yes.
So every year we have to check it out. So pretty much, we don't transmit, we have cables going out with a USB stick.
Ah,
and they bring
really?
in batteries for
Okay.
us. So it's,
Understand,
like
yeah.
wireless technology of cables.
What? Yeah, we went to the Dachsteins cave with the suit. We had the same problem. We had to bring in alarm cables because we needed it for communication issues because we need more data. But it's the same problem, of course. Yeah.
The communication is in fact one of the most interesting aspects of caves. And there are also other means rather than the telephone line. One is the DDRA, which is a device which is supposed to inject current into the soil, which is something like magic to me. But still, you have a receiver outside and one, of course, transmitter. Or they are both receiver and transmitter. And you can communicate with this current.
And it's not very reliable.
It's not very reliable, so we're investigating other ones as well, such as a Russian system which claims to use real radio signals to transmit through the wall. So,
but that means that not having communication in real time, that makes our mission much closer to a Mars mission, because you have asynchronous communication. The astronauts have to be autonomous. They have to take their own decisions. They go and explore by themselves. And yes, they have communication with the outside from time to time, but that communication is so small. And they have very limited amount of decision power on what they have to do. So the 6 days, they feel like really being isolated and charged of what they do.
Do they have a flight plan, like the things they have to do?
Yes, they have a timeline, but the timeline is a fixed timeline for the morning and for the evening when they're at campsite. And then when they go throughout the day, what they have is they have the map that is also in paper form, so they pretty much have it in their pocket. And then they have an activity plan. So in the activity plan, they have the sequence of activities that they have to do, because the sequence respects pretty much how they go to the cave. If they take branches, then they would actually take a different portion of the activity. But they independently decide when they do what.
Okay.
We tell them what they need to do. But the when is something that doesn't work.
Okay.
And what you've seen is something that we tested last year, and what we tested was ISS-like operation. We tried to go as ISS as possible, but then we realized that absolutely it doesn't work. So now this year we are going for a completely different operational concept, and then we're going to try to develop some of the devices that support the non-ISS life, which is much more exploration-like operation. For the time being, the best one, paper. Paper is the best one. It's that, of course, type of paper, but it's the best one, and it has to be autonomous operation, really autonomous, which they like, by the way. They adore because they feel in charge, and they also adore the fact that it's real danger, because they're usually pampered a lot before they're put on an explosive bomb to be shot into space. They're always pampered. That suddenly they're in an environment which is dangerous, and they like to be in charge of controlling the safety of their own, which is very addictive to them also. How much you can or cannot go, and how much you have. Questions?
I have so many questions.
Me too.
Where's the cave?
Here?
It's right here.
So it's in Italy, it's in the area which is Supramonte. There is a whole cave system. This cave is at the end of the system, which is the system is about 50 kilometers, and this cave is at the end of it. So it's clearly proven by coloring of the water that this system is at the end of a system but there is about 20 kilometers of unexplored area till the other caves of the system. So it's a very exciting area to explore. Unfortunately, a lot of the unexplored area is probably underwater. So it's a little bit of a tricky area. But
So you don't get them to do that though, underwater?
No, because that would take a completely different level of complexity. And also, we have to bring to the cave so much equipment. We take everything out. So they have to pee in a special container. They have to collect their urine in some bottles and their feces into buckets. And when they come out of the cave, this is full of that. So they have to be very, very careful when they come out, because of course but we don't want to leave anything in there, because that would change the ecosystem of the cave, because the cave doesn't really have a lot of external dirt. So we take everything out. All of our rubbish we have to take out. So taking bottles to go cave, usually if you go cave diving, 1 or 2 people go cave diving, and you have about 20 people bringing equipment for that. So that would not make sense for success. It would be like 100 people coming in for that.
So if you have other questions anyway, we are here in these 2 days, and
now we are taking a lot because
yes,
we
yeah,
so we have to get everything out.
we would be super happy to talk to you forever.
But we have to
really have to
undo, and then but we will be here, so we will be able to answer your questions afterwards.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting.
Thanks for your time.
No problem. Bye.
Yeah, the more interesting thing is actually.
Yeah, good. Brought to you by Space Lifecast.
Actually, by you. Thanks a lot.
Okay, we continue with the normal program.
Of course. Thanks a lot. It was really
More than welcome.
Half an hour or an hour almost.
Really?
Yeah,
Excellent.
it was quite some time.
Excellent.
Nice.
Quite the equipment here. Okay,
And
perfect.
the neutral buoyance was nice. Why didn't you take a swim?
Well, we were tempted, but we were only allowed to touch the water.
It's warming up.
Oh yeah, it's warm. Yeah.
Well, I have heard it's so warm that you might have the intention that somebody may have peed in.
Well, you can never know.
But it was not greenish, yeah?
No, it was pristine. Okay. It was very pristine.
Okay,
but I didn't dare to drink it. So.
Okay. And I've seen that you have been in the ATV as well, in the cargo area.
Yes, the ATV and actually the Russian module where they dock ATV to the station.
Control,
yeah, which is very nice.
We saw this, and that was really great. To see the come out, stand down there, and the control for the cruise system as well. It's quite close to that.
Mm. Yeah, pretty interesting and amazing stuff here.
Yes, for us as well.
But you got the VIP tour yesterday, right?
No, we didn't.
No, you were setting up the stuff. Ah, I should ask for a VIP tour afterwards. Okay.
This is not really professional setup.
Yeah, well, thank you very much.
It's working.
And,
all right. Okay.
All right, hi guys. We're going to start with the main part of SpaceUp, which is the session grids. So the way that this works is we had a blank grid which filled up quite quickly with people's post-its. We're going to have 3 areas. So we've got the foyer in here. This room is filmed. If you're presenting in here, you have to sign a media release form first. The lecture hall is straight through either of those doors in the room parallel to us. You'll see it as soon as you walk through. And then there's also a discussion area around the coffee, and there'll be permanent coffee and snacks set up there for the entire afternoon. You are free to move between all 3 rooms. It's not a classroom. You are free to move between the topics that you like and change as you wish and grab coffee as you like and continue discussions in the coffee area near the astronaut pool. So we are going to start off this first session with the Startup Weekend in Space, and Magni, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Magni, and this is Sebastian, and we are co-leading the event called Startup Weekend Space. So, Startup Weekend Space is a very, very intense event happening in Bremen on the 10th to the 12th of April. And our intention is to kickstart the new space era here in Europe. So, before we delve into the details of what this is, I want to give you a quick overview of what we try to solve. So, as you know, there is a movement going on. There's a bit of a wave, especially in the US. So there's a lot of new startups coming and disrupting the market, doing things completely different from how things are done here in Europe and the rest of the world. We have Made in Space, doing 3D printing in space. We have Planet Labs creating satellites out of a garage and mass producing them in droves. We have SpaceX disrupting the whole launch vehicle market now in the US. But Europe, it's not much happening. You have basically 3 companies that we identify. We have S3 in Switzerland, Copenhagen Suborbital, and Lunar Mission 1. And only one of them are a true for-profit company. So what we are trying to do is trying to get this movement happening here in Europe as well. And in order to do that, our solution to that is Startup Weekend Space. So in Europe, we have currently what's called the business incubation centers run by the European Space Agency. So this focus mostly on downstream applications, so use of satellite data and building apps in order to solve problems on Earth. What we are trying to do is we are also trying to complement that by doing upstream. We want to create satellites. We want to create rockets. We want to bring hardware to space. This is really hard. Currently, in Europe, doing that requires a lot of money. But we're seeing in the US that that does not have to be the case. You can create satellites in a garage and launch it within the months. So we want to bring some of this agile technology development, this agile operation and processes to Europe. And the best way of doing that is through usually what's entrepreneurship and startups that bring innovation to this sector. So our event will consist of 31 invited guests from all over Europe. We'll bring investors, we'll bring technical experts, we'll bring managers and CEOs from all over Europe to join the event and help the participants, 80 participants, run through their ideas and create space companies within 1 week, within 60 hours. And we divide these 80 participants into 10 different teams. So, and everything is going to happen within the 60 hours. It's going to be non-stop action for 60 hours straight. We had the venue open throughout the night for people to work in. And Sebastian's going to now tell you a bit in detail about how this event's going to unfold.
Okay, so the important thing that we are also trying to do is we're trying to open up the space sector not only to engineers, but as you saw on the slide before, we're trying to bring in ideas also from the outside. So people, you don't have to be an engineer to become a rocket scientist or actually a space entrepreneur. We believe everyone can be a space entrepreneur. And the way the event will happen, we have a whole weekend, 60 hours. So first, you have the Friday to learn about space. So we get everyone basically on the same baseline to learn what is happening, to get an idea about the industry, and then develop some ideas. And later in the evening, we basically start the pitching session. So everyone gets a chance, you get a minute to pitch your idea to the audience, create a poster, and try and win everyone over for your idea. There's going to be a vote, and the 10 best ideas get chosen to be worked on over the entire weekend, over the 60 hours. Then, among the 80 participants, you basically choose the people to become members of your team. You form different teams, and you basically work your ass off the entire weekend to get your business concept going. And at the end, you have a business case, hopefully. And that business case, you're going to present, you're going to create the business case using a business canvas to basically demonstrate what your value proposition is. So what is the product? What are you going to invoice to your customer? And where's going to be your market? Who are going to be your partners to develop your business case with? And eventually to present that business case to a judging panel. So we have 5 judges that will, I think it's 5 minutes, right? That we have 6 minutes. So 6 minutes of tough questions that you will basically have to live through to then get a chance to win one of the 3 wonderful prizes that we have available as part of the Startup Weekend Space. What you need to basically prove is your business case. You need to prove that if you have a technical concept that it's going to hold true, that there's going to be a market for it. But ultimately, it's really about ideas. That's the main thing. We're trying to generate as many ideas as possible that then have the chance to then be worked over after the event into a real company. The main prize, which we think is amazing, is 1 year of mentorship by Claudia Kessler from HE Space, and the opportunity to pitch your idea to the Space Angels Network, the investors of the Space Angels Network, and really to get a chance to not only come out with an idea, but really to come out with a proper company and a team that's going to work in the company, and who knows, to have a sustainable business model that's going to outlive basically the Startup Weekend Space. So the main idea, you too can start a wave, and that we firmly believe that. And remember this, I personally believe, I'm already managing my own company, but I firmly believe if you haven't tried to build a startup, and at least tried to build one once in your life, you'll regret it. So be part of it. We want you. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? We have, right now it's about 61 participants, 62 participants, so there's still some, the possibility to get a ticket. So, yeah. I think we have flyers everywhere about the Startup Weekend Space, so look at the website and join the event. Well, I mean, we went to ISU last summer, and we were amazed about what is happening in the US, and we were kind of sad that nothing is really happening here. And we have all the means now to do stuff at home, right? So we have 3D printers, so there's a lot of things are possible. And when I look at the initiatives coming out of Google Lunar X Prize, I've met some people that are actually building stuff that will fly to the moon. It's amazing. It's all done at home in small offices, and what we've tried to do there is create, let's say, the environment for everyone to just become creative and create a concept, create an idea. So we will have 3D printers, we will have Arduino boards, we will have Raspberry Pis, we will have MATLAB licenses. So you have the opportunity over the entire weekend to just go mental, and that's what we're trying to do. In terms of sponsorship, we have approached many people. We've approached ESA, so they're supporting us. One of the prizes will be given by ESA. We have Airbus on board. We're working on OHB. They're proving a bit difficult. We have Space Catapult, and then we have really the city of Bremen that was very supportive of the idea, and that we're very happy that we approached them to do this thing in Bremen.
So we have 3 different ticket types. We have the engineer and science tickets, we have the non-engineer, non-science tickets, and then we have the designers, the creative people. We split them up into different ratios. So currently we have about 45 technical people. So that includes sciences, engineering, and this lot. And then we have about, I think, 14, 15 non-engineers, non-scientists, and then we're expecting about 10 designers and creative people. So it's a very mixed group of people. And I think the best ideas come when you bring together these interdisciplinary aspects of the group.
Definitely. We're going to have very short questions, but you can continue questions for the other coffee times and during tonight's dinner as well. We're going to move to the next presentation, but thank you very, very much. If I can grab that one. Thank you. So we're going to move on to the crew perspective of NEMO, which is going to be presented by Över.
Thank you. Okay, so I had already the opportunity just after the NEMO 19 mission in which I participated in September to have a talk with you and to discuss about, about the feedback and what about this mission is and so on. What I would like to share with you, you have a bunch of pictures, but it will be an open talk and there will be time for questions, is to share about what you feel from a crew perspective and how close these missions are to a real space mission. Because for me, it was really a kind of amazing feeling that I was overwhelmed by what you can learn through this mission. So the first point that you learn as a crew is a training pressure. So I'm an instructor, you have seen plenty of other instructors, you have heard this morning instructors saying, yeah, sometimes the crew, they're not really, they don't want to hear about what I say because they say it's not important and so on. The crew actually, for the ISS, when they are in ISS training, they are under huge pressure because they have to learn a lot of things at different locations and they cannot remember everything. And they are overwhelmed by the information and their main concern is, I have to keep in mind only what is important for me. For NEMO, we had exactly the same phenomena. So we had a training, 2 weeks of training. Of course, the activity was not as complex as on board the space station. But what happened is that in these 2 weeks, you are overwhelmed by informations. The timeline is very dense. And what you want to know is only to get through to what is necessary for you to recall. So when I found myself in a strange mode that I have seen plenty of time when I was teaching an astronaut or when colleagues were teaching an astronaut, that you in the first 10 minutes of the presentation, you try to assess, is it important for me or not? And if it is important, you listen. If it's not so important, you have maybe a tendency to say, okay, now I relax a bit and I have other things to do. And this is a strange feeling for me to feel this feeling. It was a strange feeling for me to feel this from the other side of the crew fence. Second aspect is the dangers, the safety. So what is very important for these simulations, like NEMO, is that these are very dangerous conditions. You are put in a situation where you are at risk. You are fully saturated for days under the water at 20 meters. If something happened to you, you know that it's forbidden to go to surface. If you go to surface, you die. So if you do an EV outside and you have the umbilical attaching you to the module, you want to make sure that you don't become positive buoyant and go to the surface, because maybe the umbilical will be long enough, will not be long enough short enough to prevent you to go up. And if you go there, there is no way. You will get the bends and you die. Another situation is if you want to go to the toilets. I mean, the toilets are outside. This is a kind of, they call it the gazebo. So it's a kind of reversed compartment with air inside. And this is where you go when you need. But when you go there, it's outside the module. So you have to take your mask, your fins, you get out of the module, and with the hand you try to reach the other side. So it's easy to do, but if you are not careful enough and you find yourself in the middle between the two, you go to surface, and then you have to be very careful to go back with your fins, or you can die. Especially if you have a boat outside during the day, of course they can save you because they have a barrow chamber on the boat. But if it's in the evening, nobody will save you. The time they come, that's the end. So also when you do a dive, when you prepare everything, you have a lot of procedures to follow, and when you equip your body with all these helmets and so on, it can be very, every step is very important. And you have to take care of the safety of your crewmate, because you know that if you do something which is, you don't check something as expected, it can become critical and have very bad consequences. So you are very concerned with the safety of your crew, and you know when it's your turn that they are very concerned with your safety. And this obliges the people to be very careful with all the procedures and to take it serious and to be very, very careful with all the safety aspects. So, and this is something that you would not have if you would have a kind of simulation outside and suddenly you say, okay, simulation is ended, I get out and I go back home and I come back on the next day. And this is where you learn to work like on board the space station, or how to behave with your crewmates, how to handle the procedures, how to handle the safety checklist and so on. Then there is another aspect in safety that was surprising, that the main safety problem that we could have inside the module was like on the space station. You can have a fire, you can have contamination of atmosphere, you can have decompression. If you have decompression, the module gets flooded. And we have been trained on that, and we knew that there could be an alarm at a certain point of time, and we have less than 20 minutes or 15 minutes to get out. either through the wet porch, or if we cannot reach, there is another door that you open in the sleeping compartment, where you have some diving equipment. You put this on, and you go directly to the gazebo as a safe haven. And then you wait from the boat to come to rescue you, and they could take only 2 guys at a time, 2 or 3, it depends. The guys will be brought to the harbor in a hyperbaric chamber, then they will be transferred to a bigger hyperbaric chamber, and then the boat will get to rescue the other ones. So you know that you have this kind of Damocles sword on the head every time, and that you have to be ready to react even if it's in the middle of the night. What happens also is that any kind of tiny little thing, like you get a scratch, you get a lot of scratches, but in the atmosphere of the module where everything is wet, when it's high temperature, this can be infected very fast. I mean, the bacteria, they love this very well. So, and we are very careful with that because otherwise it can become painful, and then we wanted to avoid that someone could go outside in emergency mode and be brought back. So then there is a timeline, and the timeline is exactly as on the space station. This is smart because the guys who build the mission, they build it the same way. They put you under pressure with a timeline which is so packed that you feel exactly the same situation that an astronaut feels when he arrives or she arrives on the space station, at least for the first weeks. What happened is that, to give you an example, the work zone was between 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 in the afternoon, in the night, and in between you can have only 5 minutes break, and it's not a lot. And what happened the first day? You run behind schedule. You do your work, and of course things are not going as you expect, so you are late, you try to catch up, you are late, and at the end, you are under pressure, and you don't like this. And I recall that I have reported that to the commander the first evening and said, okay, I don't feel good because I was running under my timeline the full day, and this is uncomfortable. And he had a big smile on the face and said, hey, Hervé, welcome in the astronaut world. This is exactly what we have on the space station. And this is why this training is very important. And then he gave me recommendations. And the way to do it is when you wake up in the morning at 6 o'clock, you don't start to wake up to get your coffee, to have a talk, and then you say, now it's time to work. When you open your eyes, the first objective is where can I get 5 minutes, 10 minutes to be ahead of my timeline? And if you get 10 minutes at the end of the day, you are happy. Just to avoid this feeling. Then you have also something which is very similar, is that you lose objects. So you have heard on the station that they lose objects everywhere because they float around, they float through a module, the objects are getting detached and it's difficult to find them. You couldn't tell me, how can you lose an object in such a module? I mean, it's tiny, it's small, but it's just because it's small and packed with a lot of objects that we have to use for the mission that we lose them. The way it happens is that you need something, you have something that you need. You put it somewhere, and you know that it's here. You go out somewhere else, and you do another job. When you come back, the object is no more there. The reason is either it was disturbing another crew member, because we are so packed that it happens quite often, or another crew member needed this object, used it, and put it on another place, because this place was not free anymore. So you spend a lot of time like, where are my stuff? And looking for it. And you cannot ask all the crew members, who has touched it? Did you do that? Did you do this? This is not possible. So you have to develop a strategy to always think where the things are, the objects are, verifying where they are all the time. Then another aspect is how you feel bad when you don't do, let's say an experiment that you perform is not done as expected. You feel really frustrated, and not because you consider this is your fault. And the first thing anyway you think, is it my fault? Did I do something wrong? But the feeling that you think about all the people who have put effort in it, all the people who are prepared, trained, who have developed the experiment, the expectations, and this doesn't go as we expect. And each of us, it happened during the mission, when we went through experiments, we didn't go as expected. We were frustrated, and we could see in the face on our crewmate that the guys were not happy. So very important also, and this will be maybe the last thing I will mention before opening to question, the connection to the outside, to you guys, to the PR, to the family. I mean, you feel completely isolated, even if it's a small duration. Each time you have the possibility to talk to the outside, to share things, I mean, this makes your day. I mean, otherwise, if there is a PR communication that fails or doesn't work as expected, you are in a bad mood for the rest of the day, or your crew member will be in bad mood. So we knew how important it was to leave enough room for the other crew members to get in touch with the family or to make sure that their PR communication will be successful. All this you learn, how to behave in a crew and so on. But I just wanted to highlight through this small talk that there are a lot of similarities between the way we have to live and to work in NEMO, the Aquarius module, and what you do on the space station. It's very done on purpose by NASA. They do it very well. And there are a lot of things that I have heard or witnessed myself from the Eurocom control room when I say, oh, that's what the crew experience right now. And I was so amazed to discover how many situations like that I could live myself and experience myself in NEMO. So this is definitely a very good training for our crew members.
Okay, thanks, Evie. We have like 3 minutes for questions. Any questions? Okay, now go on talking for some more.
How does the selection actually go on? Are these regular astronaut candidates, or are they a different pool of people?
Well, the selection is done by the different agencies. So NASA selects the astronaut that goes to the next mission. If the Canadian Space Agency or JAXA are involved, they do the same. If it's ESA, ESA decides who they send. There was one here. Yeah, it's something that NASA try to implement at least once a year. Sometimes they are more successful, they do it twice, but they try to do it once.
So all the other were astronauts, so you were the only non-astronauts. What was the difference between the astronauts and you? You already mentioned like the timeline. Were there other things that were different, where maybe some things that you had an advantage because you weren't an astronaut?
Well, no, not really. I mean, there was the difference is that, let's say, the other astronauts were very kind because they did make a difference. They consider me as a member of the crew, and it was very, very fine. On the other side, I had not their astronaut experience, but I had the training experience, I had the other operational experience, and this is something that they were really aware that I could bring as an asset to the team. My only difference from a personal perspective was like I was thinking, oh, don't screw it up. Make sure that you do it. I mean, you are doing an EVA, even if you're an EVA instructor, you go outside and you do an EVA with Randy Bresnik, who is a commander of the mission. He has done an EVA in space. He knows all these rules and how it works. Don't slow down. Don't do something that will make the EVA not as powerful and as efficient as expected. So this was my main concern. It was an additional pressure on me, but that's part of the deal.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, again. Time's up. So next is Louise, I believe. May I quickly ask who has the fourth session in this room? Okay, good. Did you give your presentation? Is there all is set? Okay. I'll stop by you.
Hi everybody, my name's Eloise Matheson, and today, I'll just wait a moment for the presentation, but I'd like to tell you a bit about the work I do, which is robotics, and specifically telerobotics. I'm feeling the time pressure already. So I've put as reference to Twitter a hashtag of our lab, which I'm learning to tweet about now quite regularly. But I'm a YGT at ESTEC, and, ooh, hang on, I have control here. What is a young graduate trainee? I think you've already heard a little bit about it, but just to give you a quick introduction, it's basically an entry-level job at ESA where they try and give you exposure to what ESA does with the idea that you take that experience and bring it back to industry. So it's a placement of 1 year up to 2 years, and it's across all of ESA in all different fields. So for me, I'm a young graduate trainee from Britain, and I'm working in the robotics group at ESTEC, which is European Space Research and Technical Centre in the Netherlands. So specifically, I'm in the robotics and automation section. And in this section, we've got 3 labs. The first is planetary robotics, which focuses on rovers and the technology behind what it takes to have a successful exploration rover on a different planet. There is the orbital mechanics lab, which is just starting, and that's focusing on the interaction of robotics in orbit, say for space debris cleanup or satellite maintenance. And there's my lab, which is called Telerobotics and Haptics, and we focus on the interaction of humans and robots and how we can use both to have a more successful operation in places which are difficult for humans to operate in, such as space, but you can also imagine that there's a lot of applications underwater or in a dangerous site such as a nuclear bunker. And I think we all remember Fukushima and how useful robotics would have been then and actually were. So what do we do specifically? We do something which is called telecontrol of robots over a distance, but with haptics. And haptics is the sense of touch, so you can really feel what the robot feels. So the idea is that we keep the human in the loop, so the human can still make those high-level decisions that robots are at the moment unable to do. Robots are pretty intelligent, and autonomous robots are increasingly every year becoming more and more smart, but still they can't make the rapid real-time decisions that humans can. So what we want to do is combine the best of both worlds. So we focus on robotics that can perform tasks in a similar way to humans, but we also focus on the interface of the human to the robot. And generally that's through something like an exoskeleton. So there's other systems, including visual systems, for instance, 3D glasses or stereo glasses you can wear. This particular video is an example of, you'll see the human operator soon, but it's a human operator wearing Oculus Rift glasses, so he can't actually see the robot, he just sees the feedback from those cameras on the cooker arm on the right. And with his arm, which is inside an exoskeleton, he's moving the robot on the left in order to perform a task. So you can imagine that the operator is hundreds of kilometers away, safely, or inside a space station, and controlling a robot on the surface of a planet, or somewhere where we don't want the human to be. So one really interesting project that my lab is part of is called Meteoron, which is a multi-purpose end-to-end robotics operation network. And the idea of Meteoron is a technological demonstration of telecontrol of robots from the ISS at the moment to ground, but we can imagine it might later be an orbiter of Mars to Mars or somewhere completely different. So it's a partnership with DLR, NASA, and Roscosmos, and ESA, of course. So here we have the first main demonstration of Meteoron from our lab, which is called Haptics 1. And Haptics 1 is basically the first force feedback joystick in space. So this is actually at the moment on the ISS. So it's a 1 degree of freedom joystick, so basically push it forward and back, but you can feel whatever forces are applied in that direction. So an example here is the pictures are of the astronaut Barry Wilmore, an American astronaut, who is doing ground testing of the Haptics 1 device. And later, on the right, this is him installing the device on the ISS, and this happened just after Christmas last year. And at the same time, we're doing more tests on the ground, so it's me on the left, sorry for the photo. But with these sort of experiments, we're trying to understand if humans in space feel feedback differently to how they do on Earth. And actually, you can imagine it really is the case, because in space, you're weightless, so whatever force you put on yourself, you feel it in a different way to how you would on Earth. So it's interesting to see, and we do the test with the astronauts on space, but also on the ground, so we can compare their data. And there's 2 ways this experiment can take place, either body mounted, which is myself on the left, or it's mounted to the wall. So Haptics 1, sorry, will take, it's 9 different protocols. It's like playing a game almost with the tablet and the force feedback joystick, but it's just on the ISS. But Haptics 2 will involve an astronaut using that joystick to control another joystick on the ground. And this will be the first demonstration of force feedback telecontrol from somewhere in space to somewhere on Earth. And this should take place in about May this year. And so this will demonstrate how an astronaut could possibly control a robot at a distance, but with fine control because they can feel what the robot feels. So for instance, you can distinguish between if you're touching a hard object or a soft object, or you can feel if you're picking up an egg, you don't want to break it. And imagine if you're on Mars, if you do want to break a rock, you know exactly how much force to apply. But the problem, of course, with this operation is that you have a delay in the signal. So you might hit that rock and then a second or whatever it is later you feel it. And by then you might have already broken your instrument. So on the same side, the robot itself needs to have some intelligence so we can make those decisions. I'm going to stop, wait for my next command before I break myself, as an example. So the final part of Meteoron, and this should take place in September this year, is something called Interact. And Interact is the same idea but much more complex. So an astronaut, and in this case it will be Andreas Mogensen, the Danish astronaut, when he goes up for his short duration mission in September, he will, from the space station with that joystick and the tablet, control a rover on Earth. And this rover will have 2 arms, which are a similar functionality to the human arm, as well as cameras. And Andreas will have to drive the rover, find a taskboard, and perform a task with just this force feedback robot. So the task might be, say, making a connector connect, or opening a drawer, or putting a peg in a hole. Just simple tasks to really show that with force feedback, the human can make really useful tasks happen with a robot from a distance. So earlier this year, he came to our lab and sorry to give you an explanation of the photos. This is the base of our robot, our rover, 4-wheel drive rover, and on top of this, we will mount all the arms, all the onboard electronics and software. And he came to our lab first just to see what the project was all about and have some very initial training about what it feels like. And that's our lab there. So it's a really interesting project, and I hope you'll see some good results later this year. Thanks.
Thank you, Louise. Questions?
Wait.
I've got a very loud voice, you know. Any idea how much delay is annoying? Like if it's 300 milliseconds a second, when does it start to be a problem?
It really depends on the task that you're doing. Currently at the moment, we work with a delay of up to about 100 milliseconds, and you can still really do intuitive task performance with that. But for instance, the test that we do with Haptics 2, where they use the joystick to control another joystick on the ground, there'll be 2 different communication links, one through Russia and one through NASA. And one has a delay of about 800 milliseconds, and one has a delay of 2 to 3 milliseconds. So we will really see, with 800 milliseconds, it's too much of a delay for the human to intuitively do a task. And that's where the autonomous intelligence of the robot comes into play. But about 100 milliseconds is what we aim for.
Sorry?
Hi, sorry. It is hard to see.
Are you familiar with the 2 mathematicians, I guess, from Leiden University, who developed a shorter algorithm to simulate an arm? So maybe that is useful. I don't know.
I'm not familiar with it. We don't actually, I guess, concentrate on the simulation of the human arm. We do with our exoskeletons. Definitely, it's meant to whatever forces and torques you apply at your point of rotation on your wrist, but also any movements you make with the joints in your arm, that translates directly to the robot, maybe with a scaling factor for safety. But besides that, we don't do any modeling itself of the arm because it's not necessary for us. But at the same time, it's a really interesting field, so okay. I will check it out. Thanks. There's a question here.
That was quick.
She's good.
Is there a specific reason you chose to build an exoskeleton, not use like motion capture or 2 stereoscopic cameras?
I think an exoskeleton is, in some sense, well, if you want force feedback, you have to have something that's directly attached to the human. So in this case, for instance, the robot, whatever forces and torques it applies on its end effector is translated back to the human's wrist with a scaling factor so the robot can't hurt the human. In terms of capture, a 3D system is really effective, but it takes also a lot of hardware and a lot of calibration. So if you wanted someone, say, on the ISS to operate this, and we do have a vision of putting an exoskeleton on the ISS to be able to get the motion that way, you need a lot of prepared workspace. So in this sense, it's just an easier operation for both the astronaut and with the feedback it's necessary.
More questions? Okay, then thank you very much. Round of applause. Then I think we can move on to the fourth talk, catching up some time here, which is good. Have the mic. Okay. Takes 2 seconds to switch it.
Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. Great. So I assume I'm kind of rookie to all those science nerds. I have to apologize for this, but there is some correlation between what I've come from and where we can go to. Because actually, I'm coming from the entertainment industry, spent a couple of years as a film operator and in the marketing department. And of course, I watched a lot of movies, and I assume most of you know them. And I spent at a certain point, I tried to realize, you know, why some characters become a hero and why some characters are you're not interested in. So I investigated in what makes a hero, because actually, as most of us, hopefully, I wanted to become a hero. And funny, there was Aristotle back in the Greek who found the blueprint for a hero story. And actually, if you want to live a happy life, you just have to follow his recommendation about how to tell a great story. So, because all these hero stories you see from Star Wars, Star Trek, and so on, they start with struggle, they start with a mission, and of course they somehow start with pain, and so it's reaching for this goal. It's a very emotional thing, and I like this thing, because that's why I went to the movie industry. But then I figured out, you know, if this is the perfect blueprint for a fictional story, you know, couldn't it be the perfect blueprint for a perfect life in general? And I discovered that if you look to the scientists, there is a kind of similarity, you know, because most of the scientists, after a while, become great movies. And so I said, okay, he's doing this, okay, yeah, great, it can work out, you know. Edison, you know, his lab was burned down several times, and he kept on moving, you know. He has his idea about what to achieve. It changed time from time, but he was on a kind of a mission. And so that's why I sought out, okay, you know, what's my mission? I won't tell you that. But I just discovered that there is a kind of a uniqueness of this when you have access to this emotional part of this. So that's, for instance, why I run this thing here, and hopefully you know this. Who knows TED? Okay, can you tell the other how great TED is? Good. Awesome, yeah. And by the way, we did a TED conference, first world premiere of the telerobotic thing you just saw from Aztec. So if you Google at YouTube, you will find the video. And it's just like the normal extension of this storytelling thing. It's now at the TED conference, we are looking for those fascinating hero stories. It doesn't mean, it no longer means that it needs to be a scientist. You know, everyone can now be this grand Edison thing. And I was thinking during the last year how to scale the whole thing. And I said, you know, yeah, everyone can be a hero. Everyone has a story to tell. It's really, I can tell you this because I'm curating many programs, and most of the people I approach to become a TEDx speaker say, oh, I don't think it's an interesting story. I say, no, guess what? It is an interesting story. It's your personal story, and that's why I want to invite everyone more to become a hero, a personal hero, and a scientist. Because if we look at what happened during the last, let's say, 10 years, we now have access to information. We are able to form groups, communities, and something else. You know, we have access to data, and we've developed certain services. You know, of course, we've developed cat content as well. So yeah, there is demand for cat content, but there is a lot of, you know, without any structure, there was a demand to develop something like Wikipedia, and that was basically my idea when I got in contact with ESA. It was like, okay, in the beginning it was nice astronauts, nice rockets, you know, But then it turned out, okay, it's more about the satellites. Okay, here are satellites, that leads to data, and data leads to information, and information leads to knowledge, which has hopefully a great impact for the future of mankind. Where I thought, okay, you know, if we're able to organize ourselves in terms of Wikipedia and in terms of information, and if you look at Barcam and the thing we are having right here, there is the demand now for the next level. Instead of just consuming information, turn it into action. And I said, hey, it would be great, you know, satellite data, some infrastructure is already there. There is a normal demand to improvement. And I said, yeah, let's do something with satellite data, build a public network, whatever, have fun with it. And it turned out, nope, station is locked, you know. I can give you now an hour presentation about the unopenness of public data and within the European community or the European countries. That's quite boring. So I gave up, you know, to convince them to open the data. That's why I said, okay, you know, it actually makes fun to play with data. So there is this commercial sector. It's already established, you know. What I'd like to do, or a bunch of guys would like to do, is now build the opposite of it, which means the public sector, where we have access to data, where we're able to develop new things, where we can educate people about, oh, how those data relates to science and so on, where there is a great opportunity to involve people in terms of educating. This can range from kids to adults, you know. It's the source for, I assume, entrepreneurs. So the guys from the Space Startup Weekend, if they don't have access to the data, you're not able to start a startup, you know. So, and that was my, you know, after doing this research, I said, yeah, you don't have any access to data. Well, how can I start a startup? And so that's the big picture. Because if you look at what kind of service we've developed, it's quite easy, you know. You just have to align them to the different layers of an open geodata system, which means, okay, you have to distribute the data, which at the moment is a big problem. It's centralized. I could talk for this for hours, but let's say if it's distributed like BitTorrent, it's quite easier to access. No, it's raw data, so you have to enhance data. Now you can develop software project who just take care how to enhance the geodata coming directly from the satellite. And for that, you of course need to develop some software now, and this should be open, you know, because there is already the advantage of having open software. Then you have to organize things in projects, which means a hackathon, something like on the web, and of course it's a community and communication thing. So this is like really like the big picture, but it's more like, you know, the rearranging all the services, technologies, and communities we already have. It's just like, you know, bringing this more into a context in terms of, okay, now we can use the whole infrastructure and the learning we have from this different service, for instance, to use it for geodata. So you would say, okay, it's a big thing, you know, I don't want to scare you. If you want to join our mission, we are looking for funding and so on for a non-commercial project, which is kind of crucial, because it's really like about building the infrastructure for this. So there are many people who say, okay, data is the oil of the future. And I'd say, okay, but someone has to build some pipes, you know, where the oil can flow through. And that's basically the idea of the system. So, but to simplify all things, I brought you 3 events, you know. So it's like with Datanauts, that's a TEDx conference. It's happening in September near Frankfurt. And it's a competition where we invite everyone to develop ideas that are somehow related to data. We have data sources from EUMETSAT, so it's weather data. We have data from the National German Library, so you can do anything with Goethe, Schiller, or Beethoven if you want. You can use any kind of data sources, and we really like want to approach everyone. So it's not like for the geeks, for the nerds, for the developers, because I think many people without having the strong technical background have greater and better ideas than those who are really deeply sitting in the topic. And that's where we say, okay, if you have an idea how you can improve society with data and turn maybe data into knowledge, then this is your chance to become a TEDx speaker. So Submission ends by the end of April. So if you have any questions, just ask me. And it's really like ideation. It's feel free to save the world in any kind. If it involves data, yeah, that's the perfect one. So this is more like the big picture thing. Another thing we're running in Frankfurt is the International SpaceUp Challenge. So it's sponsored by NASA and ESA. And it's happening in Frankfurt, 40 attendees. It's more the entertaining way of doing a hackathon. So on Friday, we will have some sessions with scientists from CERN and ESA. And NASA will announce some challenges. And then on Sunday and Saturday, we will form teams to find solutions for those challenges. So it's really, this competition as well is for everyone who is interested in having a great and inspiring weekend in Frankfurt. So it's free as always. So, and this is kind of funny. Where is Australia? Australia is gone, oh, there. Yeah, because actually this is STEM.com. It's a startup from Australia, and 4 guys. Who knows them? Great. Okay, and that's a public platform. It's more like the first puzzle piece for this big picture I just showed you. We're free to submit your space-driven project. So it may be like a CUBE satellite, it may be a rover, it may be a rocket, it may be whatever. So it's, and not only space, yes. And we're in discussion with them, and we're kind of happy to, first of all, offer you free invites, because they're still in beta. And in Frankfurt, we will soon launch a community where we hopefully can link people who are involved in projects to meet really face-to-face. So there's another opportunity to get involved, to get your hands dirty. And it's a lot of fun, because there are many students in there. And there, hopefully in the future, when we have more projects, we will see like a vivid community talking about their project and what they can do. Yeah, so that's basically everything I can offer you from now. So now it's your task to turn yourself from 0 to hero. And one more thing, I got free stickers. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. 2 or 3 quick questions.
Who wants to go to? Come on.
Who has already
Who wants to submit an idea? Who wants to become a TEDx speaker? Oh, I see. There is fire in your eyes. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, I think we're going to need a few minutes here to set up for the final session here. We have a coffee break before that? I don't know, Andrea. Yeah, okay, then let's have a quick break while we set everything up, and then let's all gather back here for our Skype call with the Mars analog astronauts down in Vienna.
Ein kurzes Hallo von Köln nach Innsbruck. Können Sie mich hören?
Hallo? Ja, wir können dich hören.
Super, ein bisschen Geduld noch. Die Leute kommen gerade zurück aus den Sälen. Ich werde dann auch auf Englisch wechseln.
Just give me a few seconds to get the other people, and I'll be back.
Maybe until people are coming back from coffee break, just a short introduction. Most of you probably heard my talk in the morning about Mars analog missions and Mars pioneers and Mars analog astronauts, and now you have the chance to meet our new class of analog astronauts, which has been selected only 2 months ago. So this is the first time they have a public appearance, and I'm very happy that we have them here, and I hope we can start really soon. I'm looking for Alex, which is giving me hopefully a sign.
and I hope our group is not exhausted from the training weekend already.
I think we're set to go.
Okay. Okay. So my first questions to the analog astronauts. Could you please introduce yourself, who you are, what you do, and why did you apply to become an analog astronaut?
Hello, Paul. My name is João Losada. I'm originally from Portugal. Currently, I'm an aerospace engineer at OHB in Bremen. And for me, the main reason for applying for being an analog astronaut is this opportunity that we have to develop the technologies in a similar environment to what it will be on Mars that can help future explorers to actually explore Mars. So for me, that's my motivation.
Hi, I'm Carmen. I work at the German Weather Service in Offenbach, which is near Frankfurt. And I applied for the Mars analog astronauts because I always wanted to be an astronaut, and I'm very happy to simulate being an astronaut.
Hi everyone, my name is Kartik Kumar. I'm from the Netherlands, living in Italy at the moment. I work as an aerospace engineer at Dinamica in Milan. And my motivation for being here is because it affords me an opportunity to contribute towards the greater goal of finally landing a person on Mars. And I'm happy to be able to contribute to that in any way possible.
Hello Köln, my name is Stefan Dobrowolny from Austria. I'm in my final year of med school in Vienna. Well, I joined the analog astronauts because I'm always seeking for new challenges, and I think the goal of reaching Mars is a big challenge and a good challenge.
Hello, Cole. I'm Inigo Muñoz, originally from Spain, from the north in San Sebastian, currently living in Munich and working for HE Space as a mission engineer in the Galileo Control Center. And I joined the team as well of analog astronauts because I want to see someday a person walking on Mars, and I want to be as close as possible to this sensation that they will experience in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we are here at the European Astronaut Center where the astronauts train. You are in Innsbruck for a training weekend. Maybe could you explain a little bit what is happening during an analog astronaut training weekend? What do you learn? What do you have to do? Is it exhausting? Do you have some free time?
So the training we have here is it focuses on many topics. We have everything from a technical background, so we have to know, for example, the kind of rocks that we can find on Mars, the kind of geology that is inherent to Mars. We also have psychological exams. We have to know how to work within a team. We need to know how to cope with stress and high stress situations. And then, of course, we need to know the specific technologies that we are using here. So, for example, we have our IUDA X suit simulator. You can see it there. And, for example, today we had our first donning, where we actually put Carmen here in the suit. And she got her first experience in the suit. And that was really great, I have to say.
I have to say as well.
Yeah, well, Carmen, how was it to wear for the first time our Princess Daouda spacesuit?
I absolutely loved it, and I felt like a princess in it, astronaut princess. And it was a great moment when they put the helmet, closed the helmet from my head, and I almost saw Mars outside.
Very good. Well, I look in the audience. Maybe there are some questions. Does anybody have questions to our analog astronaut group? Okay.
Quick questions. Were those the people that you took to Morocco, or have they not been there yet?
I rephrase the questions. Did you go to Morocco, or are you a new group?
We did not go to Morocco. We are a new group of analog astronauts that were just started to apply in January, and yeah, this is our first official release, so to say.
Anybody else? Otherwise, I'm cool.
Well, first of all, let me congratulate you guys with being selected and with your first public presence, I think it is today. Let me specifically congratulate Kartik, because he was one of the organizers of the SpaceUp Netherlands team last year, and he has now upgraded his career to being a Mars analog astronaut. So that's what happens when you organize SpaceUp events. So congratulations, Kartik.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I already talked a little bit about the Amadi 15 mission, the upcoming mission at the Kaunadal Glacier. Can you give us a little bit more details, or do you know what will happen on the Kaunadal Glacier from an analog astronaut perspective?
So I have to say that we are very much in training at the moment, and part of that training involves learning about the future missions. So we have had a preview of the kinds of activities that will occur on the glacier, where the expedition will occur at approximately 3,000 meters altitude. That brings with it certain difficulties and challenges which are being incorporated into our training. There are a vast array of experiments that are going to be conducted with the goal specifically of trying to understand better both operation on the surface and how to interface that with mission scientists. And in the coming months, more will be unveiled to us, so hopefully we'll be able to provide more details at a future date on the state of Amity.
Okay, questions from the audience?
What do you expect that the biggest hurdles will be in the first few weeks? Is it adapting to the altitude, or will it be psychological psychological implications? What do you think the biggest hurdles will be?
Well, there may be some of all of those points, because the altitude is really high. You would need to adapt to the altitude when you are without a suit. And we are wearing this close to 50-kilogram suit with ventilation that is not normal, like if you were outside. And yeah, that is one big challenge, a physical challenge. And as you already mentioned, the psychological challenge will be there as well, because we are teamed up, we are close to each other, and that can always bring up some tension. But we are trained to somehow cope with it. So they already gave us team building lectures and so on. So I don't fear that there will be too much tension upcoming. Yeah, and I don't think that we already see all of the problems that could come up to us. It's enough.
Yes, very good. Just one question from me. How many trainings, I rephrase, sorry. How many trainings weekends will come up for you, and do you train in between the training weekends?
Yeah, we will have, regarding training, 5 weekends of different training blocks that will last from Friday afternoon to Sunday, so it will be 2.5 days. Currently, we are undergoing the second session, and of course, we are training in between training blocks, doing a lot of conditioning training and fitness training, because as Stefan said, it will be a challenge to perform at such a high altitude, and we should be as well physically fit in order to wear our Princess, the suit, for long EVA periods, because we will have EVAs lasting from 3 to 6 hours, and you can imagine that the physical workload will be high on our shoulders, so we are keeping fit, training hard, and I have to say that today, when we came in the early morning that we are doing every day, I think that the performance increased for all the groups. So we are doing a good job.
Great. I'm wondering if our project lead Gernot Grömer is somewhere in behind, and if he would like to send a message to Cologne.
Well, first of all, greetings to you people up in the European Space Agency Astronaut Center. Actually, these guys here, I'm very proud of them. We try to throw any kind of challenges we can think of at them. And they're a little bit modest in terms of what we're throwing at them right now. For instance, the first day in the morning, 7 o'clock, they do 1 hour physical exercise, they do the glove exercise, they do training over and over again, all the procedures. We throw them into lectures. They barely had any breaks so far today. So we are very happy that you had a little bit of a delay in between, which we could use for a little break for them. And I think, yeah. So they had a long day. They will have an even longer day tomorrow. So they have to study hard when they're home. They have to adjust their what they eat, how they train. We're monitoring that as well. So they get fitness trainers, they get psychological training, and lots of technical training with Uda here. So just this morning we spent about 1 hour just learning how to plug in which cable goes where or so on. So it looks like a simple suit from the outside, but there's lots of technology below that. So it takes some time, and we are starting to scratch on the surface what this little thing over there can do. And if your life then depends on it, and Carmen had that feeling right in the morning for the first time, that he was really depending on the functioning technology of the suit, is the moment you realize, yes, well, you are not really on Mars, of course, yet, but you're not on Earth either. You're somewhere mentally in limbo. Carmen, did I get that somehow?
Yes, that describes it perfectly.
And I think also from the personal experience, you should have seen her faces when we did the first donning, and you looked like a happy person this morning.
I am still very happy about it.
Yeah. So how's the mood in Cologne right now? You're really tired after a long day, or I guess you must have had a ton of really interesting lectures and presentations so far.
Yeah, I think the mood is great, I hope. People are a little bit tired, but I think we can give you a big applause for the live link. I'm really happy that it worked out.
So I don't know if Olivia mentioned that already. Are we still hot?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I don't know if Olivia mentioned that. I'm also speaking now as the project manager for the MRD-50 mission. But as Olivia might have indicated, we're really preparing something big. It is not only the highest Mars simulation ever undertaken on Earth so far, but it's also a pretty big mission from the science point of view, from a technological point of view, and we really want to let the world know of it. And so we need exactly people like you, which are sitting in the audience with such a strong social media background, to join us in making our voice heard to the public. And I think we can do great things together. So if you're interested in maybe even considering to join our team in any way, please come and see Olivia. She knows a hell of a lot about this mission already. And I would be delighted to see some of you here in the Mission Support Center of the Austrian Space Forum here in Innsbruck in Austria. See you in August.
Thank you very much to Innsbruck, and have a great evening.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very well. Thanks very much to the Analog crew and for the link up. All right, so this brings us to the end of SpaceUp Cologne Day 1. You guys were amazing, and thank you very, very much also to the staff for our insiders tour. I saw a tweet from one of our guys in Frankfurt, actually, who is partially based at EAC, and apparently some of the things that Hervé showed you, he hasn't even seen yet. So it was a pretty good insiders tour. All right, so we're going to head to dinner. You've got a bit of a break now. We have dinner booked at 7 o'clock. We've already pre-ordered everything that you told us. If you don't remember your restaurant number, I mean, Sebastian told you this morning, and if you don't remember since this morning to now, because your brain's full of other awesome space information, see Sebastian, he'll give you a reminder. Your badges, you must keep them with you, guard them with your lives, and bring them again tomorrow morning. Please do not lose them. You won't get site access without them tomorrow. And you must return them to us at EAC tomorrow afternoon. So please guard your badges. Don't lose them. If you're afraid about losing them, yeah, and they're the same with the Wi-Fi code as well. That's your only Wi-Fi code, so take a picture or something if you need. But keep your Wi-Fi code and your badges very safe. So the restaurants that we're going to are both extremely close. When you come out of the road here, you turn right onto the main road after you exit the road that takes you to DLR, and there's traffic lights. You turn right at those traffic lights, and the restaurant is literally on the bend of the corner there on Heidestrasse. You have the addresses, so we'll reconvene there about 7. If you do have a car and would like to offer rides to anyone that can carpool to your hotel, see if you can sort out that. Otherwise, it's not that far to walk. It's about 20 to 30 minutes, depending how fast you walk. So that's also an option as well. And with that, we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. And I look forward to seeing you at dinner tonight.